coleslaw right now, but yeah, because coleslaw's on my side. Good old coleslaw. Yeah, but yeah, let's get started.
Okay, it looks like it's official. Hello, everybody, and welcome to our next attempt at a Frankenstream. We are going to be attempting tonight to finish up Lisa. We're going to be looking at a YouTube video of Lisa the First because I could not track this one down, so we're going to watch somebody else play it. This is a YouTube long play done by a person named Shiden. It's going to be about 20 minutes. And we have a surprise special guest. My topic list, which I actually wrote down for this because I wanted to try this out. I thought we were going to be watching a longer video, but, you take what we can get. And as always, I'm joined by my friend and chicken snacker, Cheddar Smack.
I'm currently eating chicken.
This was, you mentioned this was a Kickstarter tie-in to the release. I think
it is very loud.
So, yes. I don't know anything about this game. I'm assuming this is the titular character, Lisa?
Yes, this is Lisa that you play as in this game.
That was the father character watching TV as per usual. Now he's the entire background. We have descended immediately into madness and terror.
This person just literally knows what they're doing. That's what I'm gathering from this.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really expedient run, because like I said, the other option I had for this game was,
80 minutes?
Yeah, 80 minutes, and it looked like he was just fucking around, and honestly, he was jabbering all over the fucking video, too, which made it really annoying, because he was doing that classic LP thing where he was just, making mouth noises the entire time, not having anything to fucking say.
Gotcha.
Not like us, your best LP pals.
I mean, we're either focusing super hard on the game, or we're, talking about really random stuff. Which, speaking of really random stuff,
here's
picking something off the list.
Yeah, I generated a bunch of topics over the week. Well, not over the week, like a couple of days. I tried to pull what I thought was like a good podcast question and a couple of stuff that was in the recent news.
Well, okay, if we want to start with recent news, let's start with the Pokemon. Right?
Oh yeah, the bottom one. I decided to, just for a bone, if we wanted to talk. I saw like a news thing on like Kotaku where it was like there was apparently a bit more shown in like the recent Pokemon Presents or the first like big presentation that I don't think we got around to discussing, where they were like talking about like additional mechanics and stuff.
Oh yeah, okay, so that's like 2 reveals ago. There was one actually this week, but it was like a 4-minute video, where we met the villain team. The new villain team is Team Star. They are a biker gang. They are a biker gang. So
they have the opportunity to at least be interesting this time.
Yeah, so they're like a biker delinquent gang. There's a Pokemon that got revealed a week or 2 ago that it was literally just a video of this one Pokemon. No, it was the video that had the gameplay mechanics revealed this one Pokemon. So it revealed a bunch of the gameplay mechanics, but then it also revealed this one Pokemon. It's a play on.
Well, it's usually a pun, isn't it? At least at this point.
Yeah, I want to say is it? Fuck, what is it now? It's a play on.
Oh, apparently.
Lizard or something related to the word lizard and
Squizzard.
Pokemon. No, it's that and cycle. I know one of the words is cycle, and I want to say the other word is a word relating to lizard, but not necessarily straight up lizard. It might be straight up lizard, I don't recall. But, alright, let me take a look here. Its name is Cyclizard.
That's not that good of a mashup.
Cyclizar, or something like that.
I'm not really into that name.
The love from Cycle is going into Lizar.
I guess there's not a lot of like bike, hog, and lizard you can probably put together. That's probably the best option they could have come up with.
Well, yeah, when he was initially revealed, a lot of people thought this will evolve into your legend, like the box art Pokemon.
Because the box art Pokemon are the lizard motorcycles.
Yeah, because they're also dinosaur, dragon, you know,
They're just really
mo-
old.
motorcycle things, right? Well, one's futury and one's Stone Age, right? And we don't know their types at all, albeit dragon's probably a given.
Yeah. You think they're ever gonna get away from like just making all the legendaries dragons?
Yes.
Well, they're
In
gonna
fact,
kind of have to.
well, no, they have. Literally, the last two games, the legendaries weren't dragons.
Hmm.
Sun and Moon, it was a lion that was steel psychic and a bat that was ghost. Was it ghost psychic? Ghost fairy? Why can't I remember what?
Ghost Fairy sounds like a better bet than having them both be psychic types.
No, I think it might be. I think they're both.
I think we
they're
descended into
both-
Undertale for a little bit.
I think they are. I think it's ghost psychic. Let me check.
So apparently this entire game is Lisa being constantly assailed by Dingus Brain here. Because we went to a disco
Yeah,
bar.
I need to not second guess myself. Lunala is psychic ghost. I went and I double checked. Lunala the
Really?
bat.
Huh.
Yeah. And Necrozma's just pure psychic.
I
And
didn't think it
Necrozma's
was...
not a dragon either. Now I guess there is a dragon in Sword and Shield because
Oh, we just got dissed by... We're getting dissed by this fucking pudding brain.
right.
What the
But
fuck?
the legendaries from Sword and Shield were both wolves, and one was Steel Fairy and the other one was Steel Fighting. But then there was a third legendary, right? That's like the Necrozma to that one, and that one is I'm blanking on its name, and I should know this. I Pokemon all day, every day, and I don't recall what.
I remember one of them had a really long name that I couldn't even grasp because I think even
Eternatus. Eternatus.
no, that's not what I was thinking of. I was thinking of the dog.
Zamazenta?
Yeah, that was it. That's a really awkward name.
So I forget exactly where the Z stuff comes from in their names, where the origin of that is, but the other parts of their name, other parts of their name come from the colors. So cyan and magenta, Zamazenta and Station, they come from the word cyan and magenta.
I don't think that makes it much better, to be honest. It still sounds like it's an awkward mashup.
I don't remember where the origin of the Z comes from. And then Eternatus is eternal, and I forget the other where it comes from.
Yeah, that one's fine. It's a bit odd, but eternal something is a good name.
But yeah, and he's Poison Dragon. So there is a dragon, but then they introduced a shit ton more legendaries, right, with the DLCs. And the DLC legendaries, the first DLC's legendary was Urshifu. And Urshifu is, depending on which form it takes, it's either Fighting Dark or Fighting Water. Then the second DLC introduced two new Regis, which is Reggie Drago, so there's a dragon, I guess. But then Regieleki, which is the electric
Is that seriously
one.
its name?
Yeah, Regieleki is the electric Reggie. It's also a really fun.
Yeah, the design is cool, but God, that name is.
He's got ludicrous speed stat, so it's really fun in that regard. There's some fun he's not good because he's easily countered in competitive, but he's really good at what he does.
Well,
it's just there's a very clear counter to it.
Well, I was gonna say who gives a shit about competitive, but I think the obvious
I do.
the obvious counter to my argument is right in front of me.
I was gonna say, I care about competitive to an extent. Whether or not a Pokemon's good for competitive is something I keep in mind. It's
We're
not.
gonna get drugged up. Lisa, don't do it. Don't get drugged up. This'll fuck you so hard. Especially because they're your husband's pills.
Dad's pills.
Oh, are we the daughter? I
Yeah.
thought we were the wife.
No. Lisa is the daughter. She is Brad's sister.
Who Brad never talked about because he's a fucking asshole. Who's got Well, he's got a lot more problems now that he's the disgusting blob man.
Looks like spaghetti everywhere. But yeah, then the main, like, the title cover one for the second DLC was Calyrex. And Calyrex, he's like the king, and then you have two horses, and you get to choose as part of that DLC which horse to get him. Because he has like a fused form where he's riding the horse as like a mounted rider, and so he's a psychic grass type normally. When he fuses, the grass type gets replaced with the type the horse is, and the two horses are Glacier and Spectrier. And Glacier is ice, and Spectrier is ghost. I think Spectrier is the better of the two competitive. I'm pretty sure.
Well,
But
this fucked up guy just gave us a finger, so that's something else. That's a freshly severed finger right there.
But yeah, so we don't know the types of the new ones. They're probably legendaries. But yeah, so with the bad guys being a motorcycle gang, in the art that got posted of them, they're all riding that motorcycle lizard, which in my mind means that motorcycle lizard might not evolve into our legendary.
So, is this like what type of motorcycle gang is this? Is this like
I can send you the pic.
Is this like badass biker gang or like comedy biker gang where they're all gonna look like Power Rangers?
They don't look like Power Rangers, but
because I know Japan has that weird like, well,
Rider.
not weird. They have their own like idea of what a motorcycle
Super
looks like.
Super Sentai, like all of the Super Sentai stuff.
Yeah, I forget what it's called.
Super
Kamen
Sentai.
Rider stuff.
Yeah, well, Kamen Rider's a show, but the genre of all those like Power Rangers and stuff are called Super Sentai.
I'd imagine they have a word for it because it's so iconic to their culture.
Yeah. Anyway, which I believe just the Japanese name for Power Rangers though is Super Sentai, so like I'm pretty sure that's where that just comes from. But anyway, give me a second. I was going to pull up the picture of Team Star and send it to you.
It does sound like a much better idea of what was it, that the one who was just like a bunch of just loud people was called like Team Yell or something?
Yeah, they were the crazed fans of one of your rival in the last game.
It definitely sounds like a better idea of that idea, where it sounds like they might actually do cool things instead of just be... I didn't see anything of them, but they just seemed like they were loud and obnoxious. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if it was
all they were.
I don't know if it was endearing or charming in a way, but it seemed like that's what they were going for.
I mean, kind of, but not really. Like Team Yell is probably my least favorite villain team across the series at this point. Anyway, here's the like team shot, like the official art shot. Now, given it from the wording of the reveal, it's implied that they might have more than one leader, and that the leader that was shown in the reveal isn't like the sole leader.
Well, don't they usually have? They usually build it up like there's a leader and there's a team of executives palling him out.
There's a bunch of admins typically, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So they usually have multiple quote unquote leaders.
right, because it's stated in the thing that the person who in that shot is the one standing on top of the car, because they're all on the motorcycle lizards, but then the girl's on top of the car. That's behind the protagonist in the picture I sent you. Which, the car, by the way, is totally a Pokemon based on that art, but they didn't announce it as a Pokemon. Yeah, so it has a tongue coming out of the, like, engine of the car.
I don't know how I'd feel about a Pokemon that's also a car, but I guess you could do that. I don't know, it just seems weird
I have a
in my
theory.
head.
I have a theory based on the car's design that the Pokemon isn't the car, it's like the engine that's sitting on top of the hood of the car. Because, like, the car has, like, the team's icon and stuff on it, which in my mind means that can't be the Pokemon, because the Pokemon wouldn't have that on it.
Well, rare times Pokemon have had logos put on them.
Well, Pokemon has a logo on them.
I mean, technically, Foongus has a logo on it for some
Oh,
reason.
yeah, I guess anything that looks like a Pokeball, I guess.
But I swear there's, like, Pokemon that have, like, legit logos on them from before.
No, I can't think of any.
I'll double check all 1,000 of them. I'm sure there's one.
Well, I guess, Poltergeist has a stamp on the bottom of it, like a stamp of authenticity. That's on the bottom of the Pokemon Poltergeist.
Yeah, after doing the crazy alien designs, Pokemon can really just be anything nowadays.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure the motor that's on top of the car
Do
is
you think
the
it's going to be an evolution of Rotom or something?
No, I don't think it's gonna be an evolution of Rotom. I don't know what it's gonna be. It looks kind of like a squid in some shots that are you can see it really well. Because there's like video footage of like in game where she's on the car and stuff, and in some of those angles you can see the engine shape a little better, and it's got like an ink thing, like it's got all the different like pistons and stuff coming out of it or whatever they're called, like the pipes, but the pipes all have that like ink design that like Nintendo does on like the octopuses in Mario, and like, you know, that like those dots they do it, those are on the ends of all the pipes on this engine. So I'm like, maybe it's like an octopus engine, like maybe that's what the Pokemon is. It's like an octopus but also an engine. And like maybe it's upside down because like the mouth and then like the eyes below the mouth, so like maybe it's
Okay,
upside.
so
We just got a
we
sword.
didn't end up taking those pills. We used those pills to somehow melt a guy that was blocking us, and now we have a sword. So we might get our fucking murder moment soon because we just got
Yeah.
a motherfucking sword.
I sent
Oh
you.
shoot! That's apparently the sword teleported us through a statue.
Yeah. But I sent you pictures of the villain grunts, and I sent you a picture of the leader. She's stated to be the leader of like the fire squad or something like that. Like there's like a group of them that's fire based or something.
Yeah, the elite squad within the organization.
So, well, my mind is that there's gonna be like a bunch of different factions
Ew.
of it.
This kind of reminds me. I'm probably not going to talk about it, but I did. One of the films I did watch this week, I watched Jacob's Ladder, and this is kind of reminding me a little bit of it, because it's just this dreamlike world where things are just not making any sense.
Right. God damn it! Why does it keep spoiler tagging them? Anyway, one of the pictures I showed you is like of a battle with her, the admin girl, and she has a Torkoal that's on top of the car battling while you're below the car.
Wait, the Pokemon Company remembered Torkoal exists?
Yeah. I don't know why it's spoiler tagged it, so you have to like click to show the spoiler, but it's just like a battle like hub with it.
Maybe Discord made an agreement with Game Freak to automatically make sure no one can see it unless they really want to.
What I'm pretty sure it is I posted a bunch of these photos to
Yeah.
I posted a bunch of these photos to.
Now we're getting dissed by our. Well, never mind. Now he's gone. Because that was her father naked.
Yep, she probably was molested. Might be what we're getting to.
Now she's in the void like in Super Paper Mario. Except now it's talking to her like Kingdom Hearts. That was one thing I never really understood, was the character that was supposed to be like the narrator talking to Sora in the Void of Darkness. Because they tried to make that like a thing because it kept happening. And I think they were trying to make it a character, which is just something I never really got.
Gotcha.
Because it would literally do stuff like this, except like insert, you know, the usual darkness, light, darkness bullshit words into it.
Dark, lightness, dark.
You can criticize that all day. I'll agree with it. 50% of every Kingdom Hearts script could just be thrown out the window. It doesn't mean anything.
This is the Kingdom Hearts games. Use any of the following words in any order. Lightness, darkness, friendship. It's lightness, darkness, friendship. There's like 5 words. I don't remember all of them.
It's
Heartless. I think heartless is one.
It's exactly fucking true, and I don't know what they're gonna do for Kingdom Hearts 4 because they kind of burnt the whole story down to the ground. So I don't know if they're gonna be. I don't know if they can either do two things. They can either do the stupid thing and be like, no, just rebuild it, just put it back, just put it all back. Or they could just start over and do the smart thing and just tell a different fucking story.
Alright. We got a VHS and now we're in the TV.
But we are not going to find that out because Square Enix takes 8 years to make every Kingdom Hearts game for some reason. Because they have to rebuild their RPG engine 3 times. Now he's just screaming into the void because he's been stuck there forever. I don't want to leave the hell dimension. I like it here. I gained these evil eyeballs because I just sowed... Oh, apparently he'll die if he leaves.
I don't know who that is, but apparently they died?
Maybe it's our real father. And we were kidnapped and forced to become assholes' father. I don't know what's going on. Like, the progression of this game never really made any sense.
It's all very symbolic.
He did say there are 2 different endings, and they're both in this video, so maybe one of them will make sense.
Okay. Anyway, I sent 2 more pictures related to the Pokemon stuff that got released. One's the grass gym leader. Albeit, maybe the gym leaders aren't fully type-reliant anymore, because he has a pseudo-wudo in the trailer. But
oh, apparently we're getting a content warning for this part, so... I don't know what could be fucking... Oh, don't do that, dude. I want to see it.
My guess is she's hanging, because she commits suicide.
Oh, fuck you. That wasn't it. That wasn't an ending, you jerk.
No, so I'm pretty sure... I'm pretty sure it's her hanging because she kills herself. Like that's canonically what happened. So
maybe,
my guess is you see her hanging.
Maybe I'll go to the other Lisa playthrough and just like go to the end and maybe we can see it there.
Sure.
Okay, so there's the end. He's on the fucking like end screen for like 5 minutes.
So maybe he didn't get the other ending in this video.
Yeah.
See, there's the game over one.
Okay, so well, it says the end on it, so maybe that'll go somewhere.
No, because I think it looks like the same ending we saw.
Well, I mean, it goes to like the end part though. I don't know. And it also has the void yelling at him. I don't know. The other reason I didn't like this fucking video is the text is all fucked up and it's hard to read.
Yeah, I have no idea. But yeah, so there's a new gym leader. He appears to be grass type, but he has a pseudo-budo, and he uses one of the new in-game mechanics, which lets you change your Pokemon's type to, he changes the type of the pseudo-budo to grass.
Okay, this video is super shitty. Everyone go yell at Maruko-chan. He's apparently terrible at making videos.
You know, if you're not a fan, don't watch him. If you are a fan, watch them. I'm not going to tell anybody not to watch anything. That's the normal Lisa. That's Lisa the Painful.
Yeah, so, I guess that's going to end on a denouement. I'm going to look at, the Pokemon stuff, and I will...
positive it's her hanging.
Well, we could just say that then. I'm going to try and flip my window capture over, which is...
But yeah, so... Grass gym leader, and then the other person, the lady I sent that's in the black suit, she's like the director of the tournament or whatever, like the thing. So this game's very open world, the new Pokemon game is very open world, and there's essentially, what they introduced this past week is there's 3 paths, there's like 3 different things that are going on that you'll be, involved with, but it's open world, so you can kind of do things in whatever order. One is the gyms, so
what the fuck is this girl who's like 40% shoes?
I don't know, because on my screen I'm just seeing the YouTube video.
No, I'm just looking at these pictures he sent over, and it's like they all look pretty good, but I don't understand Boots girls what they were going for with that.
That's the admin.
She looks completely ridiculous.
I mean, I think the boots are much, but the rest of her is fine.
Anyway, I will stream over the game to you, and we can get started.
Alright.
The title girl is now extremely super dead. Well, they're not, like, way over the top of a biker gang, but they are pretty neon-colored.
Yeah.
They honestly kind of look like cops.
Here, while you're looking at the pictures, I'll quickly send the new Pokemon that got revealed as well. I should go grab the. There's been a couple of them that got revealed just by themselves randomly, but
Is that car you were mentioning in the background? Is that whole giant thing supposed to be a car?
yeah, it's like a car with like a podium, like stage essentially built on it that she's standing on. So she's on like this big podium on the back.
Maybe it's like an evolution tower because it looks like there might be two Pokemon there.
All was the engine's the thing that has the tongue. So I think the engine that's sitting on the hood of the car might be the Pokemon, and the rest of it might be something the Pokemon's pulling because it's got like
Wait,
the
that's
team's
a Pokemon
icon.
and not a person?
Which one?
The Shadow Knight?
Yeah, those are two Pokemon that people say look like Mega Man characters, and they do.
To be fair, they kinda do. Like, they look like Mega Man Zero bosses.
I mean,
A
so
bit.
like they're both fire type. One's fire ghost, the other's fire psychic. The swords one is fire ghost. The one that has the Mega Buster, like I'm not kidding you, those shoulder pads that it has come down to its arms and form into a Mega Buster. Which is another.
It'd be a kind of ridiculous looking Mega Buster, though.
It goes across, so he like puts his two hands together, and then they like come down together around his two hands, and they become one cannon.
But to be fair, I am really digging, even though it doesn't really look like a Pokemon, but I am super into the Shadow Knight that they're putting together.
I like the one with the blaster more.
The only thing that's getting to me is its giant feet again. I don't think it needs the giant feet. But everything else about it's super cool.
Yeah, and then the crab is just a rock type crab.
I do love the crab though. That's actually a good design.
Yeah. And then
It's something that looks like a Pokemon.
There's a couple other Pokemon that got revealed that I
Yeah.
should send over. That you probably haven't seen.
No, because as I've mentioned before, I fell out of Pokemon around Platinum, and I unfortunately, depending on what you out there think, I have not had time to pick it up after that. Anyway, I'm going to be starting the game, and since it's so small, that's a lizard with a...
That's a motorcycle lizard.
That's a lizard with a wheel on its face. Well, not its face. It's a wheel on its tits. And that's a Woobat that learned how to sit down.
No, that is, it's based off of an eye, if you know the animal that's an eye.
I've heard of it, I don't remember what eyes look like.
They are, I think they're a monkey. They're an ape or a primate or some, they're related to monkeys. Maybe they're a lemur. I don't know what they fall under technically, but they have really long middle fingers that they use to scoop bugs out of trees. Like crevices in trees. So they have like these really creepy, really long, just the single middle finger is really long. Like the rest of the fingers on their hand are normal, like proportional to their body. And then they have ridiculously huge eyes. Like they're kind of a creepy looking animal. This Pokemon's name is
Gruffy?
It's a play on the words graffiti, and then I is in there, but it's spelt not the same as the animal. So you start spelling the word graffiti, and then as you get to the AI, it just repeats itself so that you get I in there. But I don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced.
Graffiti?
It's either graphi or graffiti. Like it's either literally pronounced graffiti, but it's because you pronounce the AI as E. So it'd be graffiti, or it's graph I.
Well, apparently Brad is teaching us how to be a killer.
So
we are gonna be becoming a horrible, terrible person.
That Pokemon was revealed. Graphi was revealed over the course of a couple of days. They did we caught the new Pokemon on a nature camera, like on a trail camera, and so like every day they had like more hints at it.
Sure.
Until they actually like fully caught it on camera.
I think Buddy is gonna, Brad is gonna make us murder his prisoner. Yeah, we're totally gonna kill this guy. As a point. Yeah, this is definitely showing the abuse that was not shown in the first game. This is really fucked up.
And it is.
And this is how Buddy became the 12-year-old girl who was able to have her nipple get chopped off and be perfectly fine with it. Or maybe she'll attack Brad instead?
No, I think she's getting beaten by Brad right now. Because please don't, and then like we had the flash of red. Like he got hurt.
Oh yeah, I forgot to fucking put the sound back, that's why it's not saying anything. Yeah, there it is.
There we go. But yeah, the new battle mechanics, there was a couple new items that it's been a while. The new gimmick is you can change your Pokemon's type.
Yeah, you mentioned that before, and I think I agreed that sounded like a real interesting idea. I just don't know how they're gonna use it.
So the new items, let's see here. One was a mirror herb, which I think is going to be one of the most interesting items to use. And what that is when your opponent uses something to increase their stats, you copy it. So like if they Swords Dance, you get a free Swords Dance. Now the item's consumed. So like, you know, if they do Swords Dance, you eat your item and you get a Swords Dance as well. And that can be really interesting for like clever counterplay. So, like, you know your opponent's going to go for, like, Swords Dance or something, or, like, Shell Smash, or, you know, some sort of setup move. So you switch out your Pokemon on the turn they do that into the thing that's holding this item that you know that with that boost it will outspeed the opponent's Pokemon, and then you reverse sweep them with it. You can reverse sweep them with it.
Oh, if you didn't watch the previous episode, this is the ending in the first game where Brad got turned into this. Because, you know, joy is drugs and shit. They did tell me something that apparently they made the QTE for one of their attacks, like, and it's apparently a really good attack. Like, kind of hard to do. So...
I mean, that would make sense because...
another tip in this game is apparently for Buddy... joy is going to be a super good thing for her. Like, the walkthrough just told me, hey, you're gonna get tons of joy. It's actually really good for Buddy to use. Just use it all the damn time. Yeah, that's the thing that the walkthrough said is, like, it's kind of hard to hit the... It's kind of precise, and that's a problem.
Yeah, but once you get used to it...
I don't know, I think Brad kind of deserves this. I imagine we're probably gonna learn a lot more about Brad. That'll tell us no. He definitely deserved this bullshit.
Hey, it's Rando.
Why are you saying that now, though? I'm going to turn him into a really disgusting trophy. Get over it. It's been 5 minutes, you crazy lady. You need to get over your dead father figure immediately. And he just dragged him out. I'm gonna check on my items because they mentioned something else. We get to start with 3 joy though.
See how I only use like it's probably really good because it was really good mechanically in the last game too. We just never used it because the whole addiction thing.
Well, apparently, according to the walkthrough, Buddy doesn't have the drawbacks from Joy.
Yeah, she doesn't have the addiction, but it's
I don't
still,
know if it's gonna develop.
I don't know if the
over time.
story. Yeah, I don't know one if it will develop over time, and then two, I don't know if the story will punish.
Yeah, another thing that was spoiled. Apparently, there's either very little or no story differences if we take the Joy.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, we can if we want to. I'm not gonna stop us for that.
Well, I'm going to because apparently, like, this game is gonna have bosses, and apparently they are gonna be kind of pains in the asses. Because as you would expect, considering this is a DLC for an indie game, we're not gonna get like the party mechanics of last time. We're not gonna have a lot of the features of the original game. We are gonna get sprinting though. And Terry's still doing his thing. We don't have a bicycle, we can just run like a motherfucker. Roar. No sprint jumping.
The sprint jump is the jump across wide gaps.
Another mechanic that I have to look out for is apparently we need to acquire a mask. Because, apparently that's going to be very important for social situations in this game, is to mask up or mask off.
Oh yeah, because we're a girl in a world where there are no girls.
Yeah, which, I don't know, didn't really seem to come up why that happened. I think we agreed the idea was that the drugs that got proliferated might have ended up killing all of them.
Yeah.
Hey, it's that guy.
He must barely be alive at this point.
Yeah, his entire army got fucked over by Brad specifically and his fire hands. Yeah, it's almost like my entire super professional apocalyptic army got killed by one fucker. The new bad guy's named Bolo. Wow. That was really lucky. Otherwise, Rando is able to summon mutants from nowhere. I'm just bleeding out over here, my face is all fucked up, but you can't tell. Apparently Rando knew Sticky.
Apparently.
I'm kind of amazed they haven't done that already, but I bet that this apocalypse probably hasn't happened for like more than 30 years or something.
I mean, it can't be that long because, you know, Brad was alive before it.
Yeah, I kind of trust Rando. What do you think?
I don't know, whatever you want to do is fine.
I guess it doesn't really matter. I wonder how long Rando is going to last if we have to actually play as him. Oh, cool. And there's our mask. What the hell? We're playing the Piggyback Brothers. Well,
Alright, so
family.
game. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Well,
mutant got real fucked up.
I think I talked enough about the Pokemon. We didn't get everything new, but you don't need to know everything because you're...
Well, I need to kind of reboot myself with Pokemon, and that's probably going to take about... Honestly, considering it's kind of down the list, it'd probably be like another year at a minimum before I even start.
Yeah, I remember potentially on one of my turns, early on, I was suggesting maybe we do a Nuzlocke run of a game.
Yeah, we were gonna put like a Nuzlocke of Black on the list, but we never got around to it.
I prioritized other games over it.
Yeah, and I think that was a good idea. I think we're getting a lot out of the Danganronpa trilogy.
Yeah, and then after that, we're going back to Ace Attorney, so we have a full list on my end.
Time to do some 6 murders. What do we got here for useful stuff? Yeah, I'll take out a guy named Tanaka. Why the fuck not? And Rando's got a Buddy's skill set.
Not Buddy's skill set, he has Brad's skill set.
I keep mixing.
Remember, You don't actually pick his skill. You pick his normal attack, and then you type in the skill. So you remember what the
we need to get those fireballs going. That's what does the shit. Well, they are killing the fuck out of Buddy, and that's a problem. Oh yeah, Rando's stunned, so he's in a bad spot.
I mean, kind of. They do like very, very little damage to him for the most part.
So if someone's gonna survive, it's gonna be that guy. Okay, he's dead. Perfect. And so is that guy. Ah, shit, I keep fucking that up. Yeah, Buddy is just getting all kinds of fucked up.
I mean, I think that potentially might be the point right now, is that Buddy's a really weak character to start and will get really strong. Meanwhile, it's balanced out by the fact that Rando's incredibly strong right now. Like,
well, we're gonna start getting some characters gone, so we're gonna have more opportunities. And plus, at least Buddy operates on talent points instead of special points, so we get more opportunities to do things. Jeez, that one guy. You gotta get rid of that fucking guy. Because he just did like fucking 400 damage. Whoops. And just do a regular stab, he's basically dead.
Type in whatever. Oh, I wouldn't have wasted the SP on the fireball. It still took it, by the way, I watched. You did lose the SP for the fireball, even though you didn't hit. It died before it happened.
Well, something I did want to at least get to today, just to make sure that we get to it, was, I did want to talk about one of the movies that I've watched recently.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if you want to talk about your show first since I'm playing, I can get to mine second. You want to talk about, like, recent TV shows?
Steven Universe was good. Peridot's the best character. That's about all I have to say about that.
You appreciated the ending where they didn't do a final battle, they just hugged it out?
I mean, kind of, yeah. It's clever I mean, that's how Steven fights. Like, Steven doesn't want to fight, so he finds ways to talk people.
There's a lot of people need to be killed. And everyone we're gonna have to kill, like an Ubisoft game.
Okay, so we have to kill Big Lincoln, Cindy Gallows, Dice Malone. I want to say that's Lardy Hernandez, but it's written on top of it instead, Cardi Hernandez. Mr. Beautiful, Vega Van Dam.
Someone killed the badass Hawk Hollywood. Now who's gonna make all of our movies?
Also, Han Tsunami is killed. Also, Buff Van Dyke. I think didn't we fight Buff Van Dyke in the original game?
Yeah, I can't remember all those bosses. The only thing I could remember is, like, the ending and the queers. Because the queers were just, like, so different from everything else in that game.
The Honeybee Inn reference, yeah.
Yeah. It was neat. Apparently Rando got beat up. Many days later...
But yeah, so the other show I've been watching, though, is Amazon Prime original The Boys.
That does sound familiar.
It's based off of, I believe it's based off of a comic book. But it's essentially another person's concept of how the real world would probably work with hold on, I'm reading the game. It's an interpretation of how superheroes might end up working if they were in the real world. So in this world, superheroes are very much more of like a brand marketing thing than they are actual like heroes. So like there's essentially this company that all the heroes work for, and then you have like your Avengers is like the most marketable like group of them. It's just happy like these are the ones that were the most successful, so we put them on fucking everything, right? So like you go into Times Square, or you go to buy your breakfast cereal, and there's that superhero on the box, and like a lot of the superheroes turn out to be pretty selfish individuals.
Yeah, this sounds familiar. There was a couple of Amazon shows that were like, here's superheroes, but instead they're dicks.
Yeah, in fact, yes, there's two shows, and I've watched the first season of The Boys, and I've watched all there is to watch of Invincible, which is the other show. Now Invincible actually is more like your traditional superhero world, but your Superman's a dick. So there's like this. I assume you have to crawl through the door.
Yeah, probably. Oh, that is so dick. Because it's still doing the tile-based thing, but this guy is moving at like 2 inches a minute.
Yeah. But, yeah, Invincible was really good. That's where you get the meme of, look what they have to do to mimic just a fraction of my power, right?
Yeah, I think I remember a couple of the moments where
that's
he just
the
like...
meme template.
I don't know if it was part of the meme, but there was a pretty important moment where he's like, oh, I just killed a guy. Why? Because I could. Fuck that guy.
No, that's not the meme moment. The only scene that I remember from that show that's like hyper memed is the main character, his dad is the Superman. Like that. So the Superman turns out to be a bad guy. Specifically like an alien conqueror, right? So like he's got the same backstory as Superman, right? Where he was sent from his home planet or whatnot. But it turns out that his people like are conquerors and they conquer planets. So like while he's been pretending to be Superman, he's gonna conquer Earth. And so what he does in like the very first episode, you essentially have like your Avengers or like your Justice League that that the Superman, guy is a part of, and he kills all of the Justice League. Like he essentially just outright murders all of them.
Yeah, that's a step up.
And so how the show's premise is the government needs to form a new Justice League because all of the Justice League is dead. And so they end up putting together this like group of younger heroes and starting to try to train them to be like the replacements. Meanwhile, they're trying to get every hero worth their salt to help.
Oh, that was what's making that noise.
Oh yeah, we were in Buzzo's memories. But anyway, yeah, so Invincible, the memed moment is towards the end. So our main character is the son of the Superman. And
yes.
He's got the same powers as Superman, right? He's just younger and doesn't know how to use them. And so he ends up becoming a superhero named Invincible. Like, that's what he decides the superhero name to be. But at the end, when he finds out his father is evil, he tries to confront his father, and his father essentially just beats the ever-living shit out of him. And there's this scene where, like, because the government's freaking out, because they're like, shit, Superman's evil, what the fuck do we do? So they're, like, trying everything they can. And they, like, drop a nuke or something, and, like, I don't exactly remember what happens, but they, like, scramble the fighter jets, and, like, they're trying to fight him, and he's, like, leaning over his son, trying to tell him that we're a better species than these people. Like, we are better than humans. Like, they are below us. And so he's like, see, look what they have to do to, mirror a fraction of my power. And so that's the meme, is like, look what they have to do to mirror a fraction of my power. So like people will try to find things that like there's the better version of it, and then there's the lesser version of it, and they'll put the lesser version where the planes are, and they'll put the
So apparently the premise of this game is that Buddy is sick and tired of like the system that the apocalypse is being run with. So she's like, I'm just gonna kill everyone in charge and I'm gonna be in charge because I want to be free. I want my freedom. So she's just gonna murder all the leaders. And I think that's probably gonna be about it.
We're on a homicide run. Gotcha.
Yeah, Buddy's just an incredibly terrible person.
Well, everybody in this game kind of is, so.
I'm sure at this point in the apocalypse you kind of have to be, otherwise you were probably murdered already.
Yeah.
So, the boys in Invincible get hearty thumbs up.
So assuming that's Lardy, we already found one.
No, we gotta kill these sexy men first.
But yes, and then but the boys they're very capitalized, and it's all about making that money, right?
It's all about that sweet cash, even though
Yeah.
you've got literal superhuman powers.
Yeah, and well, so those aren't our main characters, though. Actually, the superheroes aren't the main characters. The reason why the show's called The Boys is because the main character, I don't want to really spoil it because I think it's really good if it comes out of left field. So if you ever watch the show, I want it to come out of left field. But he gets wronged by one of the superheroes, like early on, like in the first 10 minutes.
First 10 minutes, that's pretty quick.
Well, yeah. Because what happens in the show is a guy approaches them and is like, "Hey, guy, you want revenge? Here's what you do." And then, over time, you learn the guy who got him into this backstory. But what happens is he essentially joins this group of other people who all presumably have been wronged by heroes.
Oh,
and
yeah,
they,
this does sound familiar. There's an anti-hero underground in one of these stories.
Well, I wouldn't call them anti-hero undergrounds, because once again, they're not superheroes. These are ordinary human beings. Like, all of the people in this group are ordinary human beings. None of them have powers. But they're essentially trying to take down the Avengers, if you would. Like, the Justice League, the Avengers, like, the big top superheroes, they're trying to find a way to, take them down one way or another. And then as you watch, the two main characters is, it's the guy who is wronged right away early on, the younger guy who is wronged very early on and then gets invited with the other guy to, help him and be, his right hand, essentially. And then our other main character is a young girl who was born with superpowers. I like how it plays the Caribbean music, but we're not on a boat.
I do like the music for we just murdered the fuck out of this guy. And here's some great elevator music.
The battle music is still a little reggae. That's funny.
Oh, wow, that was a lot of damage. Man. Buddy, you are not doing good.
She's a bit of a glass cannon at the moment.
Stop being ultra murdered. Okay, what other skills do I got? Let's try that one.
I didn't say machine gun punch right now, is it?
And dropkick didn't do that much. We're both stunned, which isn't great.
I mean, he didn't get an attack in between it.
Okay, I'll try why not?
Or he's dead. So we don't get to try it right now.
Keep that in the back of the mind.
But yeah, so our other main character, though, is this younger girl. And I say younger, they're like 20. They're like in their early 20s. But she has superpowers, right? And at the beginning of the show, they're looking for a new person to join, the Avengers, essentially, the Justice League group. And they're, holding auditions. And so she auditions, of course she gets it, because what you have is you have two dynamics. You have one person that hates the system and wants to destroy it, and you have another person who, at the beginning, loves this, doesn't realize the system's corrupt and problematic, and upon learning it, now has to deal with it while being on the inside. So she's actually a good person and wants to be a superhero to protect everybody. but she's learning that she can't, like, she's not gonna make it in this world if she's that way, right? Like, people won't stick around and things like that.
Yeah, so you get some pretty good conflict out of that.
Well, yeah, and then she becomes buddies with the main character from the other side. So then you have like the whole. He knows that she's a superhero, but she doesn't know that he's these people that are actively working against her group, and they like each other and they're friends. And he like very quickly realizes that she's a good person. But yeah, for the first whole season, there's this thing where like he's gotta hide what he's doing on the one end because he wants to reveal the corrupt people, but also he kind of wants to root for her. But then that causes conflict within his own group because the leader of that group has a hard-on for murdering all of the. Is this Lardy? The music. Wait, what's the guy's name? He said Susan. I want to know what his name is.
Well,
Don't use a rando.
I need to heal Rando first. There's more important things at stake here.
Okay, I mean, okay, so what's his
Gary the
name?
Hot Soup.
Alright, his name's Gary the Hot Soup, gotcha.
I wonder what Dinglers did after this game. Maybe we should look up, because they have a good sense of humor. They're very ridiculous people. They're very ridiculous developers.
Yeah, and then they have, what else is there? It causes, as I said, a disruption because the leader really wants the bad guys to die. Like, or not, he wants all superheroes. Like, anybody with superpowers, he fucking wants them dead. Like, the leader that invites him to the group. So yeah, the fact that he's starting to be friends with this girl who has superpowers like, at first, the leader's like, yes, that's perfect that you've met her and that she likes you because we can use that. But then, like, over time, he's like, well, shit, she's a good person. Like, I don't want to hurt her.
Then he's gotta warn her that the raid is coming. They're gonna take down her group.
But yeah, it's a good show. I don't want to ruin too much because I think there's some good shit that you don't want to like spoil.
Cool. Okay, so we are gonna kill Lardy. Because this game is literally God of War 3 right now.
Yeah. So those are the two shows I've been watching. If you want to talk about your movie, you can.
I want to talk about this for a good while now. Which is, I guess I'll talk about this after we talk to Mr. Hairboy.
That's just a farty with big hair.
Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Literally, we had a party member named Barty who looked exactly like that. He was the guy who drove the truck.
Let's fight. Oh, he's not.
Yeah,
he doesn't have giant hair. He's just got black hair.
No, he has giant hair. The problem is see, look at the outline. He's got giant hair. It's just that they designed the backdrop so that when you don't have him highlighted, he looks like the other character. I think they're brothers, is my guess.
It has
I'm pretty
to be,
sure.
otherwise it's the biggest coincidence ever.
Well, I'm pretty sure Brad killed him. So.
Brad killed way too many people.
I mean, yeah, but I'm pretty sure, like, at the end, he, like, says something when he gets us to the final destination. Like, yeah, because we ride his body. We literally use his body as the boat to get to the final spot.
Oh, I did forget that joke. That was a good one. I really fucked that one up. You can't just push Rando around, you dick. Oh crap, now he's got guns.
That's funny.
See, this is why he survived. He was the one who actually had brains. This music is incredibly odd. That's all you're doing? That's terrible damage.
I mean, when you count how many hits it does.
I don't know, that was pretty garbage. did what, like 200 damage collectively?
I think there was like 10 hits, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it did 6, 7, 8, 9. I counted 9. Maybe it was 8.
I really wish they didn't take so long.
Good coleslaw. Yeah, anyway, your movie?
I'm kind of fighting a boss right now.
No, you're not. See, he died.
Yeah.
Also, he mentioned something about a brother, so I'm going hands down saying he was the brother of Farty.
We got... That was a boss fight, and he only gave us $8. Oh, he was the main supplier. Oh,
yeah, but he's the leader of a gang. His gang supplies, so he's dead.
It's literally becoming God of War 3, where it's like Kratos' whole quest to destroy everything ended up basically fucking... It either fucked up the entire planet, which is what I believe, or it fucked up all of Greece.
Can you pull up everybody's stats real quick? It did the thing for addiction. What's that eyeball, my buddy?
What is the status? Okay, it won't tell me what that is, so that's not helpful.
I think it said something about sleep earlier, didn't it?
I guess we could go find a bed to sleep in.
I think it said something about sleep. Badass belt buckle.
Regardless of what he wants, he feels compelled to protect you from everything. So, the reason why I watched this film was, at the time, a recent review episode of, I don't know if you're aware of them, Red Letter Media.
Yes. Yes, I think I've watched some stuff of Red Letter Media back in the day.
So, they put out a review for the incredible classic spaghetti western, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
Okay.
And, I've watched quite a lot of Red Letter Media, so when one of the reviewers said that it turned out to be like one of his favorite films that he had seen all year, that is like such a huge endorsement. I was like, okay, I have to fucking watch this. Because that's such a ridiculously high endorsement. I guess we're having a scene. So, I did figure I never figured out why they were called spaghetti westerns, but I think I've got it this time. Is that the reason that they were called spaghetti westerns is because the iconic ones were made in Italy?
Yeah, that is indeed why they're called spaghetti westerns.
The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, I think, is the ending movie in this pseudo trilogy that Sergio Leone made with a fistful of dollars and for a few dollars more. And I did watch the other two, but in comparison, they pale very badly to The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
I thought Fistful of Dollars was pretty well known, but alright.
It's a good movie, but it's just like next to that one, it's like, it just shrivels up, to be honest. It's just not as good.
Good, the Bad, and the Ugly is like the cowboy movie, so.
And, yeah, it's like a small part of the movie is that, like, the score that they ended up getting from, I can't remember his name, a famous composer that did, like, movies in, like, the 70s and 80s.
Let me look it up.
I think he also did, like, he might have done, like, Death Race 2000 back in the day. It's really famous. His name is just fucking failing me right now. But it's the iconic score. Everyone knows the Good, the Bad, the Ugly score. At least a little bit. And apparently, like, it was so good at the time that the people making the movie at the time were fans of the score. So, like, a small part of the movie is that some scenes will run, like, a lot longer than they should. And apparently the reason for that was that the people making the movie were so fond of the soundtrack that they were like, just make the scene longer because we want to hear more of the music.
Is
it
get
more of the music in it?
Is the person you're thinking of, is it Ennio Morricone?
Yeah, Morricone. Really, really famous movie composer.
Was an Italian composer, orchestrator, conductor, and trumpeter who wrote music for a wide range of styles. with more than 400 scores for cinema and television, as well as 100 classical works. He is widely considered one of the most prolific and greatest film composers of all time. His filmography includes more than 70 award-winning films, all Sergio Leone's films since A Fistful of Dollars, and Giuseppe Tornatore? I don't know that.
No idea.
I don't know how to pronounce that guy's last name. I want to say it's Tornatore. Films since Cinema Paradiso, Battle of the Anglers, Dario Argentino's Animal Trilogy, 1900, Exorcist 2, Days of Heaven, several major films in French cinema, as well as The Thing, Once Upon a Time in America, The Mission, The Untouchables, Mission to Mars, Bugsy, Disclosure, In Line of Fire, Bulworth, Ridley's Game, The Hateful Eight.
Oh yeah, he came back to do some of the person who did The Hateful Eight. It's
Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah, that's it, Tarantino. Again, just names are not coming to me right now.
His score for The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly is regarded as one of the most recognizable and influential soundtracks in history.
I would definitely believe that, because it's fantastic, even just beyond that, like some of the, like, not just the music itself, but how they used it, because the ending gunfight is not only, like, really inventive, like, different sort of cowboy gunfight. The basic thing why it's iconic, why it's innovative, is that it's not one-on-one, it's actually 3-on-3.
Okay.
It's 3-on-3 in a circle. And there's actually a twist to the gunfight that kind of reveals, like, character traits that I'm not going to tell you about, because again, to anybody out there listening to this, I would highly recommend watching this Boomer movie, because even though, you know, it is a Western, and Westerns do, I think, come with a bit of a reputation for being kind of boomery, kind of just really old school, this'll honestly make your night. Like, anybody should watch this film. Like, it has to be one of the pinnacle Westerns, very legitimately.
1996.
Back when they made good films.
They still make good films.
No, good films are dead. We've only got stuff from the 70s and 60s now. We've destroyed our own culture.
They make good movies. The problem is Hollywood's really caught up in making sequels, so a lot of times they don't make things that are new. Things can still be good, it's just they're not new. They're sequels to stuff.
But another thing that you should know, that it doesn't wreck the film, because it does. Frankly, the film doesn't have a lot of dialogue in it. It doesn't need to. The film is Italian-made, and a weird quirk of how they made movies is that, for whatever reason, how they filmed it is that they brought in a bunch of people from, like, other countries, like America and other parts of Europe, and rather than bring them all together, when they were acting, they let everyone speak in their native language, and then they just dubbed it later. It's not a huge problem, but in a couple of scenes you can really see some weird, really odd dubbing. Like, it just, a few lines don't match, like, even closely, and that's the reason why. Is that everyone was speaking different languages, and they dubbed it all later for whatever area they were releasing the film. Lots of mutants in this area.
That there is.
But the essential gist is, again, because it's a Western, the actual plot that's going on is pretty simple. Where the plot doesn't actually kick in till like around a third of the movie is actually over. So what ends up happening is that they come across, I think, a group working for the Confederacy. I think that's what it was. They end up dying in the desert from some off-screen violence. But they managed to catch this one guy, and his dying words were, "Hey, I know where a bunch of money is buried in this graveyard somewhere." And because of circumstances, one of the main characters hears him describe, "Hey, I know where all this money is," the cache is like in this graveyard I know about. He gets, I don't know what happens. He gets distracted. He goes somewhere else, and the other main character that's with him manages to hear the exact location of where the money is, and then the guy dies before the other main character can hear the rest of it. So basically, they're forced to team up because they don't like each other. They're forced to team up to go find wherever the treasure is, and then
because they both have two halves of the puzzle, right?
Yeah, because it was a weird circumstance relating. Basically, the one guy was like leading him on a death march for revenge for something else that he did because the one main character kept fucked over the other one. So yeah, they both heard two halves of the description of where it was, so they're forced to work together. I was using an item.
Because of budget restrictions limited Morricone's access to a full orchestra, he used gunshots, cracking whips, whistles, voices, Jews harp, trumpets, and the new Fender electric guitar instead of orchestral arrangements of Western standard, a la John Ford. Morricone used his special effects to punctuate and comedically tweak the action, cueing the audience to the, I don't know how to pronounce it, taciturn man's ironic stance?
I don't know, but if that's what he did, like, he didn't have access to an orchestra, that definitely worked out super in his favor because, I mean, it matches the setting, like, absolutely to a T. Like, yeah, it's the perfect soundtrack.
Yeah, he's gunshots, cracking whips, whistles, voices, Jews harp, trumpets, and the new Fender electric guitar. Which tells you just how old this was, that it's the new Fender electric guitar.
It's, yeah, it's
1960s.
Fantastic 60s movie.
1966 is the good bad. Yeah.
If you're wondering about the rest of the movie, because like I said, the actual plot of what's going on is, in comparison to other movies, is pretty flimsy, because it's just very simple. The reason why it's sometimes referred to as the Dollars Trilogy is that the plot of all three of the movies is basically, hey, the main character wants to get some money, bitch. Let's go do it.
Yeah.
The start of the movie, how the two main characters actually get started, is that one of the characters is a wanted guy for a bunch of random crimes. He gets brought in by the other main character for the reward money because it's pretty substantial. I think it's either $1,000 or $2,000. And what ends up happening is that at his hanging, the other main character shows up, rescues him, and then they go to the next town down the road, and he turns him in again.
Yeah, that's funny.
Because obviously it's the 1860s.
Right.
So...
It's always crazy to think about what was going on in the world during the 1800s, because there's some absurd...
That's actually what I was going to get into, is that, I'll get into it now. Another major part of the movie that comes in a couple of scenes is that this isn't so simple. Like, this isn't like a safe time for a movie where uncomplicated things are happening. The Good, the Bad, the Ugly takes place during the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
And it does come up. Like, they go to, I believe, a Union camp at some point to do probably one of the more uncomfortable scenes. It is a torture scene, but it's not like a torture scene where it's like devices. It's more like they just beat up one of the main characters and hit him with a chair, sort of torture. So it's not like gross torture, but it is a torture scene. And it is a very good scene because while the torture is happening for plot reasons, the colonel working there has to disguise the torture, so he forces some of the soldiers to play this really beautiful, like, hymnal tune, and it is really a really nice part of the soundtrack to hide the torture sounds, because the guy who's actually running the camp has, like, gangrene and he's bedridden, and he's like, you better not be doing any goddamn torture on my watch in my camp.
Gotcha.
It is such a great tune, and for what it's used for, it's so silly.
So though, so during the 1800s, when we had cowboys, we also had Dickinson era England happening. So like, child labor and like the super industrial, like, that stuff. That was what's happening in England during that time. So it's just like a really weird thing where like in your brain, cowboys and like Dickinson era like stuff don't necessarily mesh, but historically they were happening at the same time. Same with samurai. There's still samurai in the world. When we had cowboys, there were still samurai. It was the last of the samurai, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, because I think that would probably... I don't know specifically, but that sounds like it's like at the tail end of like Japan's isolationist period.
Yeah, it was the tail end of samurai. I don't remember why or how. So the very last of like piracy on the high seas was happening during this time.
So the rest of the movie is essentially... It doesn't follow a hard plot. Like, it's a kind of shoestring plot where it just links some scenes together. Essentially, the rest of the movie is like a bunch of cowboy-themed vignettes that kind of link together. Kind of like, just to describe some of them, like, one of the main characters, because there are 3 main characters, obviously. The 2 that's working together, and the other one is kind of running around trying to intercept their treasure plan because he figures it out, and he's using underhanded means to kind of get there first. And he's supposed to be the bad, and contrary to the title, all 3 of the main characters are dicks. Like, they're all kind of bad people. It's just they're all bad in different ways.
Oh yeah, also Dracula. If you didn't know, Dracula takes place during the late 1800s.
Yeah, let's just fight this guy holding a shotgun.
It was published in 1897. So.
It's a wacky, crazy-ass time.
I don't know, I always think it's crazy, all the shit that happened in the 1800s. It's a very eventful, century.
Not exactly a strong gunslinger. So, yeah, ultimately it's just a really inventive, on point... I was going to describe some scenes. One of the main characters goes to, like, a Mexican-style Adobe church because his brother is a preacher, and they have a small scene together where the preacher is like, hey, you're kind of being a jackass and a criminal. You should probably look in the mirror and be like, you're kind of a bad person. And then he just tells him to shut up.
Gotcha.
There's a good comedic joke. I'm not going to describe the scene, but they end up getting captured by Union soldiers, 2 of the main characters, for basically, I'm not going to tell you what happens because the joke is pretty funny. A misunderstanding occurs.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely have to watch it sometime.
But,
I don't want to get spoiled on too much if it's as good as you say.
But ultimately, for anybody who's interested, this isn't like a regular movie. I don't know why they didn't mention this on Red Letter Media, because I think this is absolutely valuable information.
It's really long.
The Good, Bad, the Ugly is a 3-hour movie.
I already knew this.
It's 3 hours long!
Yes,
they didn't tell me that.
Oh, I thought it was well known that it's a very long movie.
I didn't know that. I thought it was a regular movie, and then I sat down to watch it, and I'm like, holy shit. I ended up staying up until like 2 a.m. watching it.
Alright, so... schedule your time accordingly. I will quickly point out, I'm looking at your conversation list. I don't think we're going to touch too much on this. In fact, I think we should leave this topic because of what I'm going to mention with it. You mentioned here that Konami said at one point they wanted to do more Silent Hill remakes. Since they have no developers anymore, would you count this as a reinvestment in the series and a possible sign of future installments, or simple exploitation of old games for a one-shot cash grab? Now, we can talk more about it later, because Tokyo Game Show is coming up. It's something I actually added to the list, that Tokyo Game Show is coming up. And Konami mentioned this past week, or like the week, very recently, that they're gonna announce something. They're like an old fan favorite franchise is getting a new game, and like the entire internet's pretty sure it's a new Silent Hill. So I think we should save that until after Tokyo Game Show to see if a new Silent Hill gets.
That does sound like a good idea. I didn't put that topic on the list to talk about that specifically. I just thought it was a good example to talk about the second half, which I thought would be more interesting. Because we've seen this before. I've heard this before where people were like, "Oh my God, they're coming out with a remake for a game that's 7 years old. Are they gonna make new games?" And I thought that maybe you might have because my opinion on it is usually like, no, it's just a stunt. Like there's no new investment coming. They don't care. They just want to make some easy cash.
It can depend on the company. Capcom's very famous for what is called the Capcom test. This happened with Darksiders. So this is a while back now. Oh hey, we have a new buddy ability.
It's a pretty interesting ability, I'll tell you about it later.
Okay, but, so, Capcom is famous for doing this. They did it with Legends 3, this happened with Legends 3, albeit in a very interesting and unique way. But,
I mean, for Legends 3, it kind of has to be unique.
Yeah, so for Legends 3, they created this, like, website forum thing to, like, promote it, and that people could talk on and fans could, like, discuss stuff on. And I forget what happened, but essentially that website, they focused very much on how many people were on that website doing stuff, and when it fell below a certain number, that's when they were like, okay, like when stuff started to get rocky and then people weren't on the site anymore, Capcom took that as, oh, there's no interest for this anymore, okay, let's not do it. Which wasn't true, but Capcom has done these tests where, like, if X thing doesn't perform very well, clearly there's no interest in it, even though there is.
Aw, poor guy.
So what the one that happened with Darkstalkers is they released Darkstalkers. Was it called Darkstalkers Resurrection? It might have been called Darkstalkers Resurrection. It was a collector pack that had, I think, 3 of the Darkstalkers games on them, but like people were really sick because like the Darkstalkers games at that point had already been re-released on a bunch of stuff. And, like, people weren't really interested in buying the old Darkstalkers games again. So it didn't sell very well. Well, it turns out, if that sold well, Capcom was planning to make a sequel Darkstalkers. But it didn't sell well, so they cut it. And Capcom was famous for doing this. There's so many stories. Like, if you go watch what happened, you'll, like, and watch a lot of the Capcom ones, you'll find out very quickly that, like, a lot of the stories of what happened with the developments of these games is, hey, this game was, you know, trying to,
I think it might be a sleep thing, because that's not the first time I've seen Buddy is waking up appear on screen.
Yeah, so we must have a sleep thing. Because I'm pretty sure he said when we got to the campfire that we have to be careful about it.
So we gotta fight people who are 15 feet tall. Oh, it's Vega Van Dam. Fashionista extraordinaire.
But yeah, so that's what I always think of them as. Is like maybe they're a company's trying to pull something similar to the Capcom test. Now hopefully Capcom doesn't test as much anymore, do those tests as much. We don't know for certain. But Capcom's been doing pretty well lately with most of their recent stuff, knock on wood, as a Capcom fan. But they did release the Capcom Fighting Game Collection a little while ago, and some people think that might be a test for,
Yeah, it just usually seems when I hear stuff like that.
Darkstalkers again, because all of the Darkstalkers games are on the Fighting Game Collection. But there's also other games on the Fighting Game Collection. It's actually a really, really good pack. Like, they all have I'm pretty sure they all have online, so you can like play all of them online with people, and like the online's pretty decent from what I understand. So.
Well, Capcom doesn't have Nintendo's fighting game internet problems. It seems like they actually know what the hell they're doing to make it work.
Yes and no. Street Fighter V had pretty bad online. Not as bad as like Nintendo's fighting game stuff. Like not as bad as Smash games, but yeah, it's a very important thing in the fighting game community that we get good online.
That's the ability I want to use. Yeah, because when I hear about this stuff like, you know, You know, where people are like, you know, are they gonna come out with new games? Is like, are they reinvesting? It's like, I usually like, I feel iffy about it because it's like, I mean, what are the chances that could happen?
I
Like,
think it
at this
depends
point
on the
in game.
company. I think it depends on the company, in my opinion. So, like, if it's Nintendo, I don't think it's going to be trying to, you know, test the ground to see if people are interested or anything like that. I think they're just putting it out to make money off of it, like Nintendo. Capcom, I almost always believe it's a test.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. Buddy is getting hurt real bad, and I'm out of healing stuff at this point. Plus, this guy is totally not dying. This might be a problem. Okay, he did kill one guy. I probably should fight the other tall dude because I don't think Vega's actually doing a lot of damage.
He's not. I think he's buffing the other guys.
Apparently not very well.
You could bring Buddy back to life.
Oh yeah, we do have perfume. I forgot. Oh damn, we got weirded out. No. Yeah, get up. You do like a lot of damage, buddy. And especially since you got like you got all the talent points right now. Yeah, you're right, buddy. Is just a bad glass cannon. And hitting that is just not good. You know what? I'm actually gonna joy Buddy up because I think this would probably be a good time to do that.
Sure.
Because that'll at least give her a fighting chance, I guess. Oh. Or she'll just fall over. Thanks. I believed in you, buddy. I gave you drugs and everything. Oh, wow, that's a lot of damage.
Well, now you get to, if you land that decisive blow thing, you'll probably do well, because, it's an auto, she auto crits everything right now.
Did he? Oh, he just healed. I was gonna mention, the new ability of Buddies is that it's called, I'm just gonna let you guess what it is.
Oh, Flash, I saw it. It's called
Flash.
So
what do you think it could do?
I don't know, and I don't know if I want to use it to find out. What's the description say?
She pulls her top down, and that flusters some enemies.
Oh, gotcha.
It's exactly what you thought it was. This is the weirdest soundtrack in this game. I don't know what the fuck they're going for.
But yeah, let me look here. Alright, Guilty Pleasure game. That's on this list. I'm really curious. What is your Guilty Pleasure game?
The first thing that came to my mind again was honestly just Metal Gear Acid.
Yeah?
Because it's not a good game. Like, I think personally, objectively, I would rate it like a 6 out of 10. It's just not that good. But it's a guilty pleasure for me because, like, the story is so ridiculous and so layered on top of each other of just wacky nonsense that I just fell in love with it, and I still love it so much. It's one of my favorite games because, like, I've never really seen a game kind of do the stuff that it does. Ever. Because other games try to make some sort of sense. So that was the one thing I could think of.
I got Throat Lunge now.
That sounds like a good attack. Well, we took down 2 of the guys on our list of 5 dudes. Of 6 dudes.
6 dudes. But yeah,
I'm gonna go heal first.
yep. My guilty pleasure game, I might have talked about it before. I really like the Lego games. Like, they're all very formulaic, they're very samey. That's not where you rest.
Oh, do I run across?
You run across, and it's the very next scene after you run across.
It's just games that are like, you know.
Yeah, the Lego games. You played one, you played them all, kind of. I mean, like, some of the later ones have, like, really good open world, like, puzzles and stuff to do. Like, the Marvel superhero one has, like, a whole open world that you just kind of, like, fly around, and yeah, there's little, like, races to do to unlock stuff. And I 100%ed that game, by the way. Marvel Lego
Really?
superheroes. I 100%ed that bitch. I unlocked everything there was.
Yeah, because if it's like the Lego Star Wars games, I played those way back in the day. 100%ing a game like that has to be a real bitch in the ass.
It's that, but like super fucking, like a lot bigger.
Bigger,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah, because there's like a whole open world of like shit, and like the roster's like a fuck ton of characters. Let me see here.
Well, apparently Rando just revealed that I think he just said that he's Brad's adopted son.
Oh, interesting.
He didn't like being called Dad. I could definitely understand that. I respect him very much now that he's an alien. Also, he killed everyone I've ever known. Another pretty big guilty pleasure game. It's not really a guilty... It's kind of more a guilty pleasure from the larger audience, rather than, like, it being just kind of bad. Would probably be, Call of Duty Black Ops 3. Because I think that's probably... Personally, I think that's one of the games that's, like... You know, it's the best Call of Duty since, like, COD 4. Like, I think I rated it, like, near a 9 out of 10. And, like, the community just hates the shit out of that game. Like, that was the one that, like, went futuristic. It tried to do a bunch of sci-fi things. And, like, the larger fan base just hated the shit out of it for that. They thought it was fucking stupid that you could do, like, wall runs and, like, these crazy acrobatic stunts. Because it's like, I want my realistic stuff back.
Which game was this?
This was Black Ops 3.
Oh, gotcha.
And
I haven't really played any of those games. Let me see. What do I have any other guilty pleasure games? The problem is I don't necessarily know off the top of my head what I consider guilty pleasure games. Let's see here. What do I have that I really enjoy playing? That a lot of people enjoy playing.
You like Hey You Pikachu very much.
Oh,
and
I like.
You want to tell everyone about it.
Not Hey You Pikachu, but what was the one?
Well, that's unfair. Am I supposed to like jump off the mountain to get up there?
I don't think so.
Because that sounds like it would just kill me.
Maybe we can't do that one yet. Is there another one we haven't done?
Well, if you can't think of anything, is there like?
No, I thought of a game. So what is? I'm trying to think of the name of it though. It's the Pokemon one with the TV. It's just like Pokemon TV.
No, I think it's like Pokemon Channel or something.
Yeah, Pokemon Channel. That game, a lot of people thought was garbage. I love the shit out of it. That was a fun game.
I didn't really understand what it was. Is it like a life simulator?
Kind of. So like, yeah, the premise of it at the beginning is like you know, you get a Pikachu. You have to like jump from the barrel, maybe? Like sprint jump from the barrel.
I could give it a shot. Oh, that is it. And it's just full of fucking bottles and whatever's in this bag. Lucrative tea. What the fuck does that mean? Lucrative tea. How is it lucrative? Is it made of drugs?
Not sure. But yeah, so the premise of the game is like you get a TV in the mail, and then there's like a bunch.
Get a TV in the mail like normal people.
And like a Pikachu shows up at your doorstep, And so there's a bunch of different channels that do different thing, and like the main story progression comes from like essentially an anime short that you watch featuring the Pichu brothers.
The delightful Pichu brothers.
So like, if I recall correctly, like the last episode like enters the real life where the Pichu brothers actually like show up at your place. But like, there's just all these different channels. There's like a shopping channel. There's like game show channels, and like each channel's just like a different thing that you can do that's fun, and unique. And I don't know. I thought it was fun. Like I thought that was just a fun thing to do. Like yeah, I get that the game's not exciting and it's like a shit ton of mini games to the game, but like I don't know. I had fun. I had fun collecting it all. Go stand on the middle thing and see if that does anything. Nope.
I don't want to jump off the cliff because I think I'll just die.
Yeah.
Do I have to stay for the song?
Maybe.
I mean, it's a good song.
But yeah, that was a game that I played that I know a lot of people didn't like that I liked.
I kind of have a weird soft spot for probably Stockholm Syndrome. I'm thinking of like...
Stockholm's.
I was thinking of Shadow the Hedgehog. I don't know why. I was like...
As a kid, I liked Shadow the Hedgehog. I guarantee you if I would play it today, I would probably hate the shit.
Maybe it just had like that weird charm, like 2003 charm of being...
So edgy.
So ridiculous.
So edgy.
I don't know if it's a guilty pleasure because I don't know what the audience thinks about it, but legitimately, I did love like Sonic Forces, the last Sonic game, because I think
that's a guilty pleasure game. I'm gonna tell you that right here right now. If you like that game, that's the one where you like make your own Sonic guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
they turn him into a character.
That's a guilty pleasure.
It's so weird because like objectively, I'd be like, the game should not be this good because like I blasted through the campaign. It's honestly less than 4 hours long. And I had a fucking blast playing it. Like, it had some really good levels. It did some great stuff with the characters. Like, they do the usual thing of bringing back all the Sonic characters, but they actually, like, did stuff with them and gave them, like, character interactions. And the story itself isn't that great because, like, it's supposed to be Eggman actually took over the world, but they don't, like, actually make... They do the tell don't show thing with it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. It feels like I have to do something.
You know what game's a guilty pleasure game that I thought of? And I can't find it on my Steam library, and I don't know why. I should have it.
It's the game Sableye. You have your favorite Pokemon.
Sableye is not my favorite Pokemon, but... there it is! What category is this in?
It's in super fighting games.
I put it in the multiplayer game instead of in games I've beaten. I have like different folders that all my games are sorted on Switch. This game's apparently in my multiplayer folder and not in my games I've beaten folder. But Resident Evil 6.
Really?
I enjoyed Resident Evil 6. Now, given I played the entirety of it co-op.
Yeah, that would help.
That might have made it more fun. Because, yeah, the Chris Redfield, like, story was like Call of Duty. Like, I remember us literally, when we were playing it, we're like, yep, this is Call of Duty. You can run across and jump to the... We already killed that guy, and we killed Lardy.
Okay, I'll try this hole. This is a very disgusting hole, and I hate it.
But yeah, no, Resident Evil 6, I really enjoyed it. Resident Evil 5, too, but I think it's... I don't think that's a guilty pleasure game to, like, think Resident Evil 5's okay. Because I think most people think Resident Evil 5's okay. They're not going to say it's
it's
the
okay.
best. They're not going to say it's best, and they're not going to say it's bad. They're just going to be like, yeah, it's a good game. It's just not as good as any of the other previous ones in the series, right? But Resident Evil 6 is a game people call bad. And I liked Resident Evil 6. I had fun. You have a Kung Fu action button. That's just fun and silly.
Yeah, they took it from Resident Evil 4 because it was goofy and silly.
But you didn't have a Kung Fu action button in Resident Evil 4.
Technically you did.
No, you had like if you knock a person down, you can stomp on their head and stuff. But like you literally have a button that like you can mash and you do like a Kung Fu combo in Resident Evil 6. Like you have there's a whole system built where you just like kung fu action the shit out of zombies.
Yeah, I think that might have been one of the things that people didn't like, because that
No,
seems like one of the
didn't.
tonal things.
Yeah, it's a weird tonal thing. You're gonna fight him?
Well, we are a monster now, so I am gonna fight him.
Gotcha.
Because fuck this guy and his stupid face. He's turning into an Undertale enemy. Kill him faster! Light his ass on fire!
Did you not rest?
I think I did, I swear I did.
Rando has no SP.
Yeah, I don't know if he rested.
Huh.
That might be a thing. I don't know why it would be a thing, but it might be a thing. I guess I'll just have to do random buttons for him until I get an SP item.
His damage with random button mashing is not bad, though.
Yeah, but he doesn't get, like, the super boost at the end with the final hit.
Yeah, but the difference is, like, if you count the number of hits that he gets extra, the gap is closed a lot more than you'd think, because he gets, like...
Okay, apparently it's really hard to hit this.
Okay, well, let's find out.
I'll do lucrative T on Rando, that seems like a good idea. I hit that first time, which is amazing, because I'm terrible at this goddamn QT system they made up. It's not Paper Mario, it's not meant to be hit all that well.
These guys don't really attack, you might as well just face roll your... Save the SP if you don't get it back.
Well, it's because Rando was too stupid. He couldn't learn talent points. Unlike me, who does not need to recharge at any time.
Well, the TP is kind of interesting because, like, what's weird is you don't keep any of it between battles. You start at a random amount between two numbers. There's like a maximum and a minimum, and you start someplace between there.
There's gotta be a point to all this, right? There's gotta be like, oh, it's gonna supercharge the boss because you killed all his men or something, and he's gonna like really pissed off.
No idea. But yeah, Resident Evil 6 is definitely a guilty pleasure game. Let's see here. Anything else on my...
I mean, similar to what you were talking about, is that, I mean, co-op can kind of save a game, because, like, I've played a lot of Borderlands with my other friend through the years.
Yeah, Borderlands is a good game.
I mean, yeah, but I was looking at him, and I'm like, Borderlands, if I played you by myself, I'd probably be really bored.
Oh.
Like, it seems like the best way to play that game is just to riff on it with somebody else. Like, hey, look at this really dumb game. It's really silly.
I mean, yeah, it's a really silly game, but I think it's fun. I will state that I think certain things in Borderlands gets really fucking difficult if you're playing it one player, because when you die...
Then you're dead.
Well, when you die, the enemy resets.
Oh,
okay. So like, if you die during certain bosses, you can't just, like, keep charging your face into it like you can in multiplayers, because both of you are alive. Or, like, one of you's still alive while the other one died. So, like, I literally haven't technically beat Borderlands 1 because I could not beat the final boss. Like, I think I like, didn't have high enough level or something when I got there. Or I was just kind of boned on ammo when I got there or something. All I know is it was really, really, really hard to, like, actively keep up a fight against the final boss, and then it would kill me, and then it would just reset.
No, I can understand that.
And so, like, Borderlands 2, I've beaten the final boss, but I've also beaten Borderlands 2 multiplayer, like, multiple times. Like, I've beaten Borderlands 2 multiple times. I've also beaten Borderlands the pre-sequel. I did that multiplayer for the most part, but I've also done large portions of all of them solo, and I've enjoyed that too. I've only played Borderlands 3 solo, and I was really enjoying Borderlands 3. I never finished it. it though.
I started that the other day, but the problem with it is that because I only had one controller for my Xbone, basically I bought it on the PC and I was like, oh, they're probably going to design it like every other Borderlands game. We'll probably be able to play it together on the PC like the old days. No, they don't do fucking couch co-op for that.
Well, I have good news for you. Me and you can play a co-op of Borderlands 3. If we want to even stream it, we can. But I have it on PC, so...
I don't know if I'd want to stream that, though. I think that might just be for funsies, but...
I mean, it's fine. I want to beat that game, and playing it with you probably would give me better motivation at beating it. What character were you playing, out of curiosity?
I was playing Mr. Wolf Summoner, because I thought he was really cool.
Flack?
Yeah, Flurfk.
Yeah.
His name is Flack, but it's a 4, so I was trying to pronounce it. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous trying to pronounce it. It's like full Flurfk.
It's just Flack.
Yeah, it is Flack, but if you wanna be an asshole about it, then you do that.
It's Flufforka.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Flurk. It's Flurk.
I did find someone on Reddit who claims to have, like, a mod to make it proper split screen, and considering it is PC, I'd imagine that there's probably a mod to fix it somewhere.
Probably.
That I'd probably give a shot, because I do want to, because it's always been a pastime for us. Like, it's some of our best times playing Borderlands together, like, for what I was saying, because we're just riffing on how stupid it is. And just how silly, like... It's not all that interesting. Like, it's just kind of goofy enough to be fun on screen, but the gameplay is just simplistic. The looting isn't super great because it kind of gets annoying with how much stuff you have to loot all the damn time. It's Borderlands has some problems.
Giving you stuff, but you don't have to pick up stuff.
I mean, you're kind of encouraged to do it all the time because you need constant, supply of bullets, and that's where you get your bullets. Like, you need to be leveling up your guns.
I mean, yeah, if you want better guns, but, like, my point is, I never worry about missing a gun. Like, if the gun is worse than the gun I have, I'll just leave it on the ground, potentially. Or if there's, like, a shield that drops that's worse, I'll pick stuff up, but I'm willing to, like, drop stuff and let it, like, just lie on the ground and leave it. The ammo, you're consistently shooting enough that you're just getting the ammo back, so it's not that big of a deal. Like, there's never any problems with ammo for the most part. There are some in in the first game, there can be ammo problems, but, like...
I feel like in 3 we were kind of running into a consistent deficit problem.
Oh, really? Weird. I didn't have that problem in 3.
But, I don't know, that might be a long-term project, because we kind of got a lot on our plate already.
Yeah, no, I
kind of don't want to... I
figured I'd throw it out there.
I mean, maybe I'll think about it. Maybe I can fit it into my schedule. Because the next big thing I have on my mind is because I just finished all the Medal of Honor games for the channel. My next project is the big Metroid video, and I think that's going to be about 12 games that I'm going to be taking a look at. I'm pretty sure it's going to take another month of work to get done.
Sure.
But I'm obviously not going to work on it exclusively. I got other shit I want to do. Because I still got another, like, 9 or 10 Mega Man games left on the barrel. And I don't know what Star Force is going to be, but that's my biggest question mark right now, because everything else is kind of played out.
Enough.
I kind of know what the 2CX games are going to be. Powered Up is literally just a remake of 1, so that's going to be a real quick one. And then there's 9 and 10 at the back. I can't think of what else is on the list. That might honestly be it, because there's only 3 Star Force games before Capcom kind of... Oh wait, there's 11. I forgot about 11. Forgot about the recent one. Fuck. There's only 3 Star Force games because, like, that was, like, around the time that Capcom gave up on Mega Man. That was, like, the 7-year period where, like, nothing came out. except for cover art Mega Man on one of their
So,
fighting games.
I think I heard something about this. It's on your list. We don't need to talk about it long. In fact, I don't think there's much to talk about. But do you know what they're replacing the loot boxes with for Mario Kart Tour?
I think that is just going to be direct purchases. From what I probably should have read that more. I just saw.
I heard they're removing the loot boxes, and as someone who actively tried to play Mario Kart Tour for a while just to see what it was like, I didn't think you got enough free pulls of the loot boxes, so I quit because I was like, well, I'm not getting anything fun, and I'm not gonna spend money, and it's too difficult to get like a loot box. So like you have to work so much harder than other like games, like phone games, to get your loot boxes. So I was like, I can go without a loot box. Like it's not gonna be the end of the day for me.
Anyway, I'm gonna be putting myself on drugs because this guy's a boss battle. And yeah, I probably should have read the whole story, but I did see it on one of the news sites where it just kind of came out of nowhere. It was like, Mario Kart Tour is retiring its loot boxes and replacing it with direct purchases. And I was like, that's kind of surprising. I'm surprised even Nintendo would have given up on that.
I don't know. Good. That's about all I can say with it, but good.
Yeah, it's good.
That's
kind of
late. All I can talk about it. I mean, you know, whatever. It's a phone game. It's still getting updates. People can pick it up if they want to, and if they don't want to, it's fine.
I mean, it's the backbone of Mario Kart 8's roadmap?
Mario Kart 8 tracks. Some of them are coming from Tour. Some of them are from old games and stuff. So, like, and some of them are brand new. I think one of the ones in the most recent release is brand new. I actually haven't gone and played the most recent release. The second wave has come out. I have not played it. It came out like a week or so ago? Or a couple weeks ago. I want to say it's like 2 or 3 weeks old now.
Oh shit, it's a guy. A guy with man tits.
It looks like Farty again.
How dare you still exist? And it's still Mr. Beautiful, so... Also, ow. How dare you kill the shit out of Rando, the baddest ass that there is. Don't worry, I'm on drugs, Rando, you're fine. Oh, just one good hit from Buddy and he's completely disincorporated.
And it was 3,000 damage.
It was 3,000 damage and 3,000 XP out of it. So yeah, Mario Kart Tour, the one time, I don't know, maybe there was another time, the one time that Nintendo tried out loot boxes. And now it's gonna be going away.
Other Nintendo phone games have loot boxes, technically. Because the Pokemon Masters EX has,
Do you remember that story about that where they tried to do a Twitter thing? They tried to do a Twitter hashtag for that, and
right,
they didn't fucking realize it, so it came out as Pokemon Master Sex.
Yep.
That was hilarious.
But anyway, that game has like, it's like you use your gems and you get a random character, but you get so many free gems in that game you don't have to spend that much money. Like you don't have to spend any money if you don't want to. If you want to really desperately try to get someone that's like an event person or someone, then you might want to spend some money. But also, there's a good chance you'll get them anyway. Like I've gotten a ton of characters in that game, just like without any difficulty.
This is really traumatic for Rando, apparently. Because he was like, I kind of know everybody who's around here. I do appreciate that this cutscene happened specifically after we killed Mr. Beautiful. And considering in this real timeline that her nipple did get cut off by a crazy man. Oh crap, she's calling out her dad super hard. Her dead father. You can't be this edgy buddy, you're wearing a red skull mask. How can you be like this? I mean, this is really fucked up. Like, all these guys just died in some off-screen battle, and now the entire area is full of corpses. Where did Rando go?
Just be in your party.
Oh. I don't know where to go.
Well, okay, so all the holes are marked with, hey, this person's here. There's always some marker. So Lardy, that painting up there means that guy. That was the beautiful guy, so go past this one. Go over to the right, see if there's more over here, maybe.
There's a dead guy strapped to a car. Or just a guy who got hit by a truck.
Oh, we have down the rope and,
There's a rock down here. That's, nice.
That's gonna be useful.
That was completely random. You wanna go in the evil cave? It's full of evil.
I mean, we can go wherever, but I'm trying to look for holes in the overworld that are marked. Because, like, I feel like that's how they're going to do it. In that main hub area, all of the holes will be marked that lead to where you need to go. So, like, my guess is this is, like, an optional area.
Hey, it's a familiar-looking guy. Oh, it's Larry Stentz. You do sound familiar.
So it must be whoever the... No, he's like, I'm not a knockoff.
I don't even think I have $300. I have $8. Fuck you, easy mode guy.
But, what else is on your list?
The PS5 price hike. I don't know if we can get anything out of that.
Not really. It's just, fuck that, that's dumb. I'm pretty sure I make enough money off of it that it shouldn't matter, but...
I guess I thought it was interesting that Nintendo and Microsoft were just standing still while Sony was pushing the boat out. Yeah, fuck you, I'm stronger than men. I'm better than this goo boy. What the fuck is that? Wait, where did my...
Rando is gone.
Huh.
Apparently.
He decided to leave like the bitch he is. Ow. That was a lot of damage. Well, unfortunately, I don't have my glass cannon buddy, so I don't know, this might be a bit too much for old buddy. I feel like should I put myself on drugs, or...
I don't know if
The problem
I think
is
he does.
doing so
I think he does too much damage. I don't think it's gonna matter. I think we're not high enough level to go wherever we're trying to go. So personally, I think I'd take the L.
Well, if we take the L, we're just gonna go back to a save point anyway.
Right. Try to find other places to go.
Yeah, that's like just so shitty. Well, that's good that we got 2 free turns out of the deal, and I fucked up 2 of my attacks.
Yeah.
Okay, I did get that one, though. He's permanently keeping me at super healed up, though, which is nice. How did that only do 47 damage?
But you didn't... He was just bleeding from the bleed.
Yeah, but I thought that did like 700 damage.
I don't know, I think that might be other stuff.
Oh my god. There's way too much damage, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I think that's too much of a tax on your resources, so once again, I think not strong enough to be where we are.
What? That did 3,600 damage. Fuck you, game. Whatever's back here better be the best damn thing ever we can get.
Yeah, well, you're welcome to try.
Oh, I forgot about our fire bombs. Probably should have remembered that. Well, it's a good thing I bought all this jerky. Anyway, here's firebomb, man. Eat this. What the fuck are you? Oh, fuck you. I can do a lot more damage than that. Eat this. Well, now I have to rely on my own skills. Which is not good. I think I'm gonna do jerky and then do joy at this point because already is a lot harder than I thought. That helped at least. Jesus, what is this guy like? Got like 100,000 damage? Health? Stop being alive, you ass. Okay, how did you bleed out but you took no damage, Artie? We did it!
Well, you burned like all your resources, so hopefully you get something cool.
I got 2,000 XP, which wasn't worth it at all.
Free joy.
Okay, Dora, what do you got for me?
Bunch of hint posters.
Strawberry shortcake was a good one. Is this a kingdom of one? Is that what the joke is?
I think so. Can you talk? What happens if you try to interact with the I don't know anymore, I need a real friend?
Poor Terry. Poor Terry. Terry is depressed.
What happens? Can you talk to the dolls? These are hard to read. It's few scribbles and tears. So the farther you go in, the more disrupted he gets.
No, the dolls are non-interactable.
Oh, it's in the treasure chest.
I found a hit mask.
Interesting.
So
Oh,
Terry died.
Cut the hint mask, I guess.
Is it
I don't
items?
see if it's an item. Oh, it's a... There we go. Now I get to be Terry.
And considering we were just talking about loot boxes, that was a lot of effort just for a fucking cosmetic.
I don't know, maybe it changes something, but...
Maybe people will respect me more.
Doubt it. No one respected Terry.
Terry was the best.
No, he wasn't. We immediately removed him from the team ourselves.
Now we're gonna get some resources back. We got something that isn't a health item, so I don't care. Fuck, that wasn't worth it at all.
The dice is one of the guys we have to kill, so...
We're gonna have to kill him on nothing. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to find a bar, a bunch of people to murder, so I can get some mags. The money's all gone. And now I'm in the hill country. Damn it, whatever's on top of this mountain better be worth it, too.
Alright, best game you ever played?
Oh, that would be Bowser's Inside Story. It's fucking brilliant, and it's amazing
Yeah.
to me that Alpha Dream actually made it.
I've heard good things about Bowser's Inside Story. I've never played it, but I've heard good things.
Like, to get the most out of it, for it to be, like, close to being your favorite game, I think you really do need to have basically the full history. You need to play all the Mario games.
Okay, go
Or at
up.
least most of them.
Go, no, you missed something. Go up.
What am I missing?
See that bush?
That
Look at that
red
bush.
thing?
See the thing behind it?
Oh, a bomb. Perfect. I'll blow some stuff up. I'm qualified for it. So yeah, because Bowser's Inside Story kind of does some referential joke stuff, which is why I'd probably say you should probably have your full Mario stuff down and get like invested in it.
Sure.
But-
I've only played Partners in Time. I never finished it, but that was the only RPG one I played of the Mario RPG Bros, whatever.
Partners in Time had a pretty good story. It had a weird story bent because like the aliens had a weird character where they were like their like entire existence, like very literally their entire existence was conquering. Like they didn't understand like any of the goodness in life. They were just about like violence and destruction and destroying whatever they could get their hands on, which was kind of interesting because it was just so fucked up. We killed the janitor.
Yep,
And
you were
now
still joyed, so now you're not though.
He'll never finish his washing of the up. Damn, people stop dying. I need to be the one to kill you. Me! Lisa the Joyful! Except I'm not Lisa. This is a genocide run, bitch. Everyone's going down. I don't care. You in the chair. You're next. I haven't even healed properly.
See, I'm not sure what the best game I've ever played is. It's really hard, because, like, there's games that are my favorite, but are they the quote-unquote best game I've ever played? Like,
Well, it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be an objective thing. It could just be one of your favorite.
right, because my favorite games of all time, definitely, Mass Effect series, the first 3 Mass Effect games together. I'm a really big fan of Dragon Age, the first one, Dragon Age Awakening. Dragon Age 2 is also really good. I never really finished Dragon Age Inquisition. It's very different.
I do love that he was killed by the last 70 fucking HP he had. He was basically on death's door.
The rest of it...
Damn, we have to kill 2 dukes. Well, he just powerbombed the shit out of us.
Okay, so you see that sleep bomb ability you have? Does that knock one of them out? To, like, keep it so it's not a 2v, so you can fight one at a time?
It has a 50-50 chance.
Okay, well, I don't know if that's
Apparently it works on everybody. Well, I'll take that. Should I go for another sleep bomb?
Yeah, whatever you want to do, if that's what you want to do.
Well, let's see how effective it is.
Well, I keep getting heads, so...
Seems kind of weird to win 4 coin tosses, though. The problem is it only lasts for 1 turn on both of them.
Well, gambler's fallacy. Every single time you roll the dice, it's still a 1 in 2 chance.
Fair enough. That's fine with me. You are 1 guy. I can deal with 1 guy. How dare you poison me like a coughing? Eat that, Benny man. And you, die! Stop powerbombing my ass. My sexy ass. Look at how sexy my character is.
I was gonna say, it might be the best game I've ever played, not gonna lie. Like, I don't think it's the greatest game of all time, but it was just an absolute joy to play. Like, from beginning to end, first playthrough of it, and like several additional playthroughs. The game was great. Story-wise, not an amazing story, but like gameplay-wise, I loved the ever-living shit out of it. And that's Mario Odyssey. Super Mario Odyssey was so good.
No, I can definitely see that. It wouldn't be one of my favorites, but I'd probably say it's a solid 9.
I was gonna say, it's definitely one of my favorite games I've played. It's Mario Odyssey.
Was this how it looked when we got here? I think
that guy was dead when we got here, yeah. I don't know about the guy on top, but he was presumably also dead.
Oh, there's nothing on top of this mountain. Oh, come on, I just got here like 2 seconds ago. Wild strikes. I guess I'll try it. That didn't even do anything, and also he's gone. Prince Devon? Oh shit, I had enough TP for a move. I should have done a move. Jesus, all these guys are tough. Wait, was he killed by 1 HP loss?
No, it was like... I don't remember exactly much, but it was a double-digit number.
I'll do soup. Because soup isn't worth that much. Maybe I should try some of these empty bottles for an attack.
I mean, no, I'm pretty sure you're gonna do more damage without throwing the empty bottle. Go in there and you're gonna attack. Oh, no, you didn't. Hey, wait, that one poster's down. If that does anything. No.
Oh, I can't take the candle. That's some bullshit. I deserve all the niceties. Hey, some firebombs. Oh, fuck you. You're still doing the only 4 thing?
I mean, that's still a lot.
I need more firepower. Literally. Oh, there's Yellow Skull. He's not even the boss. He's just some guy.
Pretty sure the other attacks do more damage on.
Yeah, that one wasn't a good roll.
Well, because that one has, looks like...
This guy's called Blade Londa. Which I don't know. Where's the joke in that?
What's his name?
Blade Londa. These guys are barely worth killing, to be honest. Okay, gotta push the button.
Grab the mask.
No, it's a dead man. I think I'm down a bit, so I could probably have the last bottle of soup. I do have firebomb, so I can probably kill this guy. I will throw a firebomb at you. Then I'll probably just start doing some regular attacks because that guy did not do anything.
Dice Balone bosses, so this is the boss.
This is?
Yeah, its name is Dice Balone. Throw a firebomb and then get hit to maybe grow some TP or eat joy up. Yeah, that works.
Oh yeah, I forgot it also heals, so that's gonna be a good thing to remember.
Yeah, a good thing to keep in mind that we can fully heal ourselves with joy.
Is this guy a boss or is he a joke?
I don't know, but his name is one of the names on the list.
He used to be a luchador, and then this happened to him. He kept taking all these drugs that are in my pocket. What a douche, he ate all the drugs. And now he's yelling off my ears. Oh my god, I cannot hit that for anything.
You didn't get a single one of those the entire time you were joined, by the way.
Yeah, it's just the timing that I cannot fucking get them. Oh my god. Phone, shut up. I'm trying to focus. I did it! Once.
Too bad, I'm pretty sure one of the status conditions you have is lowering your damage.
Well, his is also destroying his insides. Which I'm fine with. Yeah, it's not helping with the old damage thing. But then again, I don't have my old buddy.
It's not really damaging you, though. So I guess it pans out.
I don't have my buddy Mr. Traitor Face here anymore because he decided to abandon me. Because he's an ass. He can't understand the better fucking points of being a leader.
I mean, leader of who? You're killing everybody.
It's a leader of me. I'm gonna be my own country.
Okay, now your damage is up. Because I'm pretty sure Piss gives you increased damage.
I think it also makes it uncontrollable, like other rage modes.
It might lower your accuracy or something.
Well, now it doesn't matter because it's gone. This guy has tons of health, but he can't do anything about anything. He just keeps doing that over and over again, giving himself fucking status ailments. I mean, to be honest, I'm not helping either, because, fuck, I'm not bringing out the damage either.
Well, so my thought is maybe a lot of his moves have like really weird or low accuracy because his name's Dice. So like maybe it's like a gambling mentality of his move set. So, like they have low accuracy but good payouts.
When I can't get those hits in, at least they're good. It's just fuck, I can't get them. I'm sorry, but I need to focus. I need to focus on this blob, man. And my reticle of doom. Finally, that took like fucking 90 seconds. God, I didn't even level up from that.
No, we got 3 more joy. So that'll keep healing you.
Oh crap, we got another 2 to go.
Big Lincoln and Sydney Gallows.
Welp, we're by ourselves. Because Ass Wang abandoned us.
Well, there he is.
No, that was a vision. I will. I'm the best. I'm just gonna rest here in my terrible mask of doom. What else did I throw on this list? I did throw in that amulet. I'm badly poisoned. When did that happen?
There was a spider when you woke up.
Can I throw myself off a cliff?
No, just walk backwards. Walk backwards! And rest again.
Let's just take 2 days.
See, you have to leave the screen and come back before you can rest. We learned that last time.
Now we're gonna get beaten up again. I can fight these guys. What do they think they are? Apparently the guys who are dealing all the damage.
Remember the sleep bomb strategy when there's multiple people?
Fine.
I think it's worth doing. Because you can leave one of them asleep.
Oh yeah, you know what else is worth doing? Fuck you.
Well, now you're just gonna wake both of them up.
Oh yeah, well, eat gambling. Fuck you, gambling. You let me down. I want to go for it again.
Well, now you know which one you're attacking.
Well, you know what, guys? Fuck you. It's time for some pain and suffering. Well, that fucking took the shit out of those idiots.
Oh, you got the whiskey, whatever that does.
I think it's a 500 HP healer.
Sure.
Well, let's try it again. Because we need to heal after the battle we had just because we rested. Okay, I'm in a house now. I can battle you. What do you think you are? You're Bobby? Who had never heard of you? Ah, shit. I don't know what this guy's whole deal is. He's a man made of pudding. Okay, so he's not that hard to kill. I fucked that one up really hard.
Yeah, you did.
I kind of like this soundtrack a lot better than the other ones because it's not just a bunch of random noises. Bobby, you can't defeat the power of drugs and terrible fashion choices.
Well, looking forward to any games coming out?
I am looking forward to the time when I can eventually find some time to play Elden Ring.
Elden Ring?
Because, surprisingly, I've managed to make myself almost completely blind on it still.
We got an ability called, Mend.
Which means we're probably going to get a healing item, because I would imagine the game's like, we should probably give her some sort of healing if we're going to have her be the only character.
Okay, so if you go to the left, you can jump.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, hey, I think it was that cliff that I was like, hey, why couldn't I use that before?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was that cave. So that's just a cave of punishment. I'm gonna talk to that merchant, though. I need to buy things. You're not a merchant, you're a monster. Chesta. He's apparently a really terrible enemy, too.
I mean, he's been there since the beginning, so presumably you can fight him really early on.
Oh no, he's making me feel weird, no. Other things on my old list is that I gotta get around to the new Kirby game too, because I still haven't even bought that one.
I haven't finished that.
Apparently it's a bit shorter than what I thought it was gonna be.
I was disappointed by there's not as many powers in the game.
Really? In the open worldy Kirby game.
Yep.
Because I thought from the way it was described, I thought it would be
Powers
like
upgrades, so there's like upgraded versions of the powers over time. But...
You know the one thing that I was always disappointed that Kirby never went back to in any way was the combo abilities from Kirby 64. And I kind of understand why they never came back to that, was because it would probably make like the game development take like so much longer.
Hey, you got a shit ton of eggs.
Yeah, let's go to the bar.
He gave you 200. He gave you 256.
And now let's go find Missing No or something.
Where are you going? You already killed the guy here.
I thought that the bar was over here. Then I got confused.
Remember, all the holes that have someone you killed are labeled. So I assume the bar is not in one of those holes. I assume it's in one of the holes that aren't labeled. That hole's labeled. That was Mr. Beautiful.
Well,
What's
I
that
guess
hole
we'll just...
down there? What's that hole down there to the left? Is that your bar? Where does this lead to?
I think we've already went this way.
Well, yeah, I'm sure we did. I'm just asking.
Maybe there is a bar over here.
You were looking for a bar, so you must have already found it.
Oh, there is a bar here.
Boom.
I had an inkling.
What? I literally told you.
Well, I thought you didn't know either.
I mean, I didn't know for sure. I just was like, okay, it's not going to be one of the holes that are labeled, but you seem to think it's over here someplace, so we better check over here.
Anyway, the walkthrough said just dump all your money into healing shit. So I'll follow that.
I feel like the easy mode's a troll. Like, whatever that is, it's just a troll thing. Like, it's gonna
Technically,
take
we could have afforded that if we saved all that money.
Yeah, but when I say it's a troll, I mean it's gonna take all your money, and then it's not actually gonna do anything.
I think it probably is gonna... I probably agree with you just because of where it is in the game. It's like, it's very far into the game. It's like at the halfway point they're introducing easy mode. That don't sound right.
You don't have to be up to make that jump.
Oh.
In fact, if you're up, it looks like you don't make that jump.
That is some bullshit. But whatever, game. Sure it is. Okay, which one did we just... Oh yeah, we did the dice one.
The dice, so let's look around for another hole that's marked.
Let's go to Wolfie Pants. Yeah, I think we should be able to get this one done tonight. It's only 10 o'clock.
We have 2 more, but then I bet after we kill those 2, there's like one final one.
Probably gonna be rando or some stupid nonsense.
Alright, what's this guy's name?
Bullet Tom.
Bullet Tom, one of the people we had to kill?
I don't think so.
Okay, because I was like...
Mostly because I'm pretty sure the guy we would probably know how to load his gun. Why are the guns in this game so shitty? I mean, it did hit 9 times, but still.
Well, you have so much joy, you might as well just use that for you.
Yeah, they said that too. You'll be like inundated with joy by the end of the game. Okay, so yeah, it is HP recovery. Holy hell, that did 3 grand.
Well, yeah, because the joy makes it an auto crit, so whatever damage you were gonna do, it critted on top.
Big L.
Yeah, now I'm looking forward to a couple games. River City Girls 2 is supposed to be coming out soon. I really enjoyed the first one. I didn't finish it again.
You like your beat-em-ups?
Yeah, I mean, also, it's really fun to play some of those on, like, I have an arcade stick for fighting games, right? But I was like, can I play this game on a arcade stick? Like, how well would this game, River City Girls work on an arcade stick? Amazing. Like, I was having so much fun comboing the ever-living shit out of stuff in that game with my fight stick.
Well, you were also the guy who, like, learned the Street Fighter or King of Fighter combos that work in Smash Brothers.
Yes. But that's just the special inputs. Like, that's just quarter circle button Hadouken. Like, that's all you do.
Did you ever bother to try and get like the Street Fighter upgrade in like Mega Man X2 or whatever? Which one had it?
When I get to that one, I will. What did it say? Stop bleeding.
I stopped bleeding.
See, something must have gave you the bleeding condition.
I think I'm gonna probably have some drink, because that'll give me the perfect amount of healing, or at least pretty close to it. Here's a blue-haired Indian man, I guess. His name is like Ripper?
You have a status condition for drunk as well.
I wonder what that's gonna do.
No idea.
I don't think we've ever been drunk in this game before. Yeah, he's the Grip Ripper. Well, he's pissing himself off.
Yeah, so River City's Girls 2 has a unstated release date, so I have no idea when that's going to come out. It's supposed to come out this year. That's all there was. But
well, this is not going well. Never mind, I'm out of it. Let's see how well Mend works. Oh, damn, 1,000. That's pretty good. Fuck you! Stop doing paralysis against me. This is unfair bullshit. I'm being paralyzed by a guy that can barely fucking hurt me. And he keeps pissing himself off, and it doesn't even do anything.
I mean, I assume it gives him increased damage.
This healing system might be completely broken because it's based on TP, and you get more TP when you get hurt. And it only costs 7.
I think that's part of the point of the DLC, is the longer we've been playing, the more busted Buddy's becoming, and I think that's intentional.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep mending, because that's how the system works. Like, I can just out-heal the damage, and I just get the fucking stuff back anyway. I think they completely destroyed the combat. It's gonna have to rely on people, like, doing bullshit, like, status ailments to actually kill me.
And once again, though, I feel like that's thematic. Like, they're doing that for thematic reasons. Especially because we're already getting close to the end. Like, I feel like that's part of it.
I mean, we are apparently supposed to be developing into the most badass thing on the planet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why we have abilities that, like, make it so we literally can always win as long as you're picking the right choice. Like, I'm sure some of your other cuts do really good abilities. It's just they're probably harder to time.
Yeah, it's like I kind of got the first one down, and I don't really want to. That guy was so hard. I have to fight another guy too.
I mean, that guy wasn't hard. He just paralyzed, which was annoying.
I don't know. I felt like that guy took a hell of a lot of hits. Okay, which one are you? You're Poker Heat Johnson. What? Poker Heat Johnson. Ow. Well, let's see if I can out-heal this dude.
Yes, you can, because he heals for 500. Or he deals 500 damage, and you heal for 90. So yes, you can out-heal him indefinitely.
I don't really need the joy anymore, considering this is the system they're giving me.
I mean, yeah, but the joy will fully heal you back up, and then give you auto crits, so it takes less turns. Because you can wait till you're like really low, use the joy, and then, well, okay, so he can kill you right now if he lands a good hit.
Well, too bad he's not gonna get that chance.
Right, but I was saying, like, you can get yourself really low with the joy, and then wait for that. So, like, that would be a turn to use the joy right there when you were, like, one hit away from death.
Apparently he pissed us off twice. Oh, sorry, I fucked that up real bad again. I really gotta stop doing the double click. That reminds me, have you ever found the time to get back to Paper Mario?
I'm not.
Paper Mario is just going to be forever lost in the desert as canon.
And then other games looking forward to, obviously, the new Pokemon game comes out in November. Street Fighter 6 comes out next spring. I don't know if there's an official release date on it, but like Capcom always releases their big game of the year in like March, April. So
that is kind of weird.
I'm assuming it's going to be March, April. Also, right around that time is when Capcom Cup happens. So like Capcom Cup will have just ended. So it would make sense to put out the next Street Fighter instead of waiting.
Oh, this looks pretty climactic. How many people did you kill, random guy? Oh yeah, Big Lincoln. He's the guy who's on top of the list.
There's still one other guy we haven't fought, though.
Yeah, there's Cindy, I think. But hey, a murder's a murder.
Are you not going to check out the house?
No, I gotta check out the other thing first.
Well, looks like that's ended on, so the house is it. That must be him. Or something.
Oh,
no, that's him, okay.
It's a literal wolf man.
He's wearing a wolf, like, mask.
I'll get up to full health just in case. His name is Big Lincoln. He's the new character from Pokemon.
Alright, so you barely out-heal him. Assuming he attacks every single turn, you're just gonna be mending every single turn.
That's okay with me. Like, this game's busted itself wide open.
Well, he's gathering strength, so maybe he's gonna do a super big attack.
Should I try a sleep bomb then?
I mean, or guard, or whatever you want to do, yeah.
I kind of feel like sleep bomb.
Oh, put him asleep.
Fuck your, is it called bide in Pokemon when they do that?
Kind of. It depends on the attack, but bide specifically is they bide their time, and then they do double the damage they take over the course of those turns back to you. But, I mean, there's plenty of moves where they quote-unquote gather their strength. Solar Beam, you know, things like that, which are just 2-turn moves. So what he was doing to me was more like a 2-turn move thing than,
Ouch.
Take Joy. Joy.
Fine, I'll take Joy. Just because I have 12 of them in my pants. It's still doing lots of damage.
You're wasting Joy. I would have attacked that turn, because you can take 2 of those.
Oh, fine, whatever.
That way you can get Joy attacks in.
Did I take more Joy? I don't think that would work.
I think you just mend right now. If that's fine.
Okay, there we go. We get an attack in. Get a couple of attacks. And then we go to hell. Well, there goes our Joy pants. Shit. My bleed effect did more damage than my stupid ability. Because I fucked it up. Damn it, stop being a boss. You're giving me so much weirdness. Taking too long. I'm so bad at doing things.
Gathering his strength, or whatever that means.
Somehow the 50-50 is like a reliable tech, which makes no sense.
Maybe there's a stat that affects how accurate it is on top of that. Gathering strength.
Oh, this is gonna be the time for it to not work.
Yep.
Do I get like another shot at it?
If you want.
I was like, there's no way it's gonna miss. It's a 50-50 in 2 shots. But then, gambler's fallacy, like you said. What? Now I can't see him! What the fuck? It's too dark. How can I... What's glaring at me gonna do? It's pitch black! Stupid game. You turned everything dark. What the fuck just happened?
He healed, he prayed.
He prayed? That's not flakery of him.
Healed up. In all fairness, he,
Shit. Well, he's not gathering strength anymore, so fuck you. Ah, crap, he's gathering more strength. This is my last sleep bomb. Now I'm gonna have to go to regular stabs. I haven't been getting hurt, so I have no talent points.
3 fire bombs those turns we didn't have.
Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot I had those in my pants.
Plus he gets the burning condition on him. Oh hey, his prayer failed.
I guess
Throw another firebomb. Or throw another firebomb if you don't think you're gonna need him for the rest of the game.
Finally, got some more talent points. Jeez, it took him like fucking 7 turns to do an attack.
Because he's gotten to the phase where he can heal, and he's trying to focus on doing that a lot of turns.
Ah, crap, he lost his burning. How dare you? Eat that. Now, Wolf, die. Wolf, get under my boot. I can do bleed, not all day apparently. How about fire bombs? You think you're the top dog, literally? How about now? Can you fight a girl with a sword?
You got nothing to do on your moves.
Oh, finally I can see my target for once. Do you think there was a point to the whole darkness thing?
I think it's phases of the fight. So he was doing certain moves that I don't think he's gonna do anymore.
Apparently I can't do the move either.
Because yeah, now he's doing the send you to hell moves again.
Shit. Well, apparently he stopped gathering strength, so now it's decisive strike time. Shit, he hit me with a rocket fist. Like he's some sort of spaceman, wolf dude. Person guy. The worst kind! Shit, that's a lot of damage. I mean, it's kind of hard to care about this combat considering I have all these, like, basically free heals.
Yeah. It's almost like that one NPC just said a little bit ago, you're inhuman at this point.
Oh, I thought he was joking.
I mean, I'm not saying you're literally inhuman, but I'm saying your character's so powerful that, like, to call you inhuman, like, is kind of correct. I'm not saying you're literally inhuman, but, like, your character's now so powerful that it doesn't matter. That's what that guy was saying.
I mean, would you think a man or a girl with my face is a true human being?
I don't get to see your face ever, so... he wear the Terry mask? Why does he wear the Terry mask?
Because this is my Pokemon persona. This is how I feel the most in control.
That's semi-funny because the mask and Persona 5 are tied to their personas. So you're like, this is my Pokemon persona. I'm like, well, you're referencing both games, so in a way, so good job.
And this is how we earn the big YouTube cred points that don't exist. I wish I could say that I was, like, looking forward to a game, but the problem is I spend my gaming time looking backwards.
There.
Because I don't really believe in new games.
Well, I'm excited for Tokyo Game Show because we're going to get more Street Fighter. Plus, if people go and get footage of the gameplay, the new build that's going to be there that you can play is going to have some of the characters that were revealed over the last couple months that weren't playable at events, but now are. So we'll get to see gameplay of those characters, like Guile.
Because everyone needs their Guile in their lives, which, you know, fair, he's pretty good.
Guile is pretty dope. He is the guy who only needs 2 special moves to be badass.
Doesn't he just need to stand around to be badass? It's like, I mean, fucking Guile, bitch.
Yeah, but yeah, for all these years, in this game, Guile actually does get a new special move for the first time ever, but in all these years, Guile has only ever had Flash Kick and Sonic Boom as his special moves.
Oh, that actually killed him. But I was at max talent points. I wanted to do some more damage. What the fuck is a leech bomb?
Leech bomb?
He didn't even give me anything for that fight. What a fucker.
Alright, well.
Now I gotta go hunt down Cindy.
Save?
Oh, it's Brad. Apparently
It looked
died.
like Brad. I don't think that's actually Brad, because Brad should be a giant monster. I think we're hallucinating.
Remember in the main game where someone just wrote kill everywhere?
Mm-hmm.
You think we did that somehow?
Maybe.
Are we the final boss?
I don't think we're the final boss, but I don't think what we're doing is good.
What do you mean I'm well rested? I'm so fucking hurt. Look at my stats.
I think this is because she's becoming a killer. She's not sleeping or something. I don't know.
Oh my god, I'm becoming Catra. It's coming full circle.
You have like the free healing from the, from the whatever. And
Bird, you're my only friend. Well, it's because I killed all my friends.
Yeah, you have free healing from, when you're in fights. So, like, your healing items are literally just there for outside of combat healing right now, it seems.
Oh, joy. Perfect. I'll take some more drugs that I don't need. Probably. What the fuck is that?
It's a rando? Oh, it's rando.
Is that rando?
Yeah, it's just without his mask. It's without his mask.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's definitely rando. I don't know, can we save him somehow? Who the fuck's this jackwagon? Is that Bolo from the beginning? They voiced that line, I don't know why.
I didn't hear any lines voiced. Like, I guess he has a sound effect that's "heh," and then that technically lines up with certain lines.
I mean, I can kind of tell what they might be doing, but I don't know if it fits so well.
Are you gonna drop him or are you gonna let him go?
I mean, I kind of want to drop him because he's such a good party member. But I think this might kill me, but I also save, so I guess I don't really need to care.
Fine. Okay.
He's playing a trumpet. Oh great, the mutant killed him. And probably me.
I don't know, I guess we'll find out when it pans over.
Wait, what? How did that happen? I'm friends of the mutants, I guess. Oh, was it a fake choice?
I guess.
I mean, I'm a monster. I don't really need to... Who cares if my hand's getting all cut up? Wait, you were in on our kidnapping? And then he died. So he just fell down the chasm?
I assume Buddy let him go. Let him drop.
Wonder if we can loot his corpse. Oh, he's still alive. He's also very coherent for some reason. It's Brad's alter ego. He's alive again.
No, the whole, like, it's for your own good and protection. Like, that's what Brad always said. So it, like, triggered her, which is why, like, the background went red.
Apparently Brad was somehow such a bad father that he turned his little girl into Mad Max.
Basically.
I don't even know how he did that.
So...
You just
look
ducked
around
up real
for
good.
another place, and if we don't find one...
Oh, is this again?
Yep. Don't bother, it's optional, let's just not
Fine.
bother.
I'll try a different hole
It's
instead.
gonna be a 2-hour-long fight.
I guess I'll try the Beyond.
We can look beyond? I think I know where it is, but we can look beyond.
There's a giant tower. Oh, do you think this is gonna be a callback?
Maybe, but you know where the, there's that, like, icon over that pit? I think we have to fall in that pit. Alright, click it, let's go.
Sorry, I was having a drink of my flat soda.
Oh, gotcha.
Now that's unfortunate. Yeah, because in the first game they did this joke, and at the top I think there was literally a middle finger.
Now there's like a sign that said like haha, and then like when you try to jump to your death, it like the game actively stopped you and said some shit.
Oh yeah. I didn't remember the preventing the fall.
Yeah, if you try to jump off, it stops you and tells it like gives you more shit. Like nah, not letting you out that easily. I think in Donkey's video of Lisa, he like keeps trying and eventually does let you jump.
Oh god, are you serious?
But like
I mean,
you have to try several times and it keeps stopping you each time.
I wonder if Donkey just did that on his own as a goof. Seems like he would have the editing prowess to do that. So what else is on that list? We did
most of it at this point.
There was that one about Emule. Oh, we're at the top. Never mind. Oh, there's just another mountain.
Well, so my thought is this is gonna be for the post, like after we beat the next person, then we have to go here, but we'll find out. Because I'm pretty sure the person we missed is
Cindibelos.
is down that hole still. Because there's an icon there, and they all are labeled, and this wasn't labeled. So I think this is the very last thing. So I think when we get to the top here, it's gonna be empty. But after we kill the last person, it won't be empty.
I do appreciate that the DLC doesn't have the fucking random battle thing. Because I think that's one thing that really got on my tits about Battle Network 5 is that They did like the Pokemon style random battle thing, but you didn't even have the grass, like the control over it. So it's like you couldn't be in like areas that were like safe from random battles. Like the entire game was just like, no, there's always a chance that you're gonna get into a random battle.
That can be annoying. Okay, I think this is a note from the developer.
I still want to jump off this mountain.
I think that was a note from the developer. Thank you for playing the game. But then, yeah, the middle finger is there just as an extra fuck you. But the note that was there is a note from the developer.
Yeah, that was from Dingaling, probably.
I mean, it was labeled DL. You said Dingaling is what it is, so yeah.
Yeah, this game's made by Dingaling.
But it was talking about how nice it is to, see something you created come to fruition, and like.
I mean, there was definitely a vision for this game. It's a weirdly fucked up one, though.
It is a dark game.
This is even more like more literally dark because it's the person who went through the abuse.
Yep.
Who went through the shitty thing, and now she's just lashing out because of the shitty thing.
I like how they put the middle finger there too, though. Just the added little salt. Like, here's a note from the developer saying thank you for playing my game, but then also they put the middle finger there to remind you that, haha, we put this entire, like, big climb that's completely pointless.
Ugh. Well, it's for the flavor, and I appreciate flavor in games.
That's a callback. Like you said, remember when you're climbing this, you're like, how much you want to bet this is a callback? It was! It was also a thank you from the developer.
It was a callback twist, which is probably the best way to do it because it's unexpected.
I think this was the best way to do it too. Instead of just it being the middle finger at the very top, you like get to go farther, and you're like, oh, okay, this looks like an actual thing now. And then you get to the very end, you get a little message from the developer saying thank you for playing my game, and then you take one step farther to see what's next, and it's the middle finger again. I thought that was pretty good. Let's see here. What's up? Games of interest that are on your backlog. I
guess that was
my backlog's gigantic because I never finish anything. I just bought Forza 4. I was having fun playing racing cars in Forza 4. I still need to go and play more of what's the name of that game?
Bugs Fables.
No, it's like the
Bug Snacks.
The spiritual successor to Rune Factory. That's what it's called. Rune Factory. It's a spiritual successor to, like... Was I right? Yes, I was right. Okay, so this is the last person.
It's in Mushroom Land.
So it looks like there's traps, but maybe we don't have to go down there.
Oh, it's the top of the hill.
Oh, yeah, okay, so we do have to go down there. That's just a way... That's how you get back.
That makes sense.
So you have to time this so you don't get hit by the arrows.
Yeah, the spider thing. I mean, it's not a great trap.
I mean, also for that one, here's a trick. You can jump
exactly.
off the ledge rather than climb down the rope.
It's not exactly Quick Man's lasers. Probably the pinnacle of retro game bullshittery. Quick Man's lasers.
If you manage to bull rush this one and get past it, you get a bunch of items.
I probably can do that. His arrows are like really quick. Well, they're not quick. Mystery jerky, that's a really shitty healing item though. Oh, ow. That was a bit too fast.
Looks like that might be the last one though.
I wonder if that's another sword I can use.
It is.
Time for some weeboo action.
All right, let's look. Let's equip it.
It's not much of an upgrade.
It's a decent upgrade. I mean, the special attack is an upgrade, which might help our healing if that scales off special attack.
I wonder if this runs off of the Pokemon math. Everyone knows the Pokemon math. Stop giving me mystery jerky. I need better jerky.
You already healed better in battle anyway.
Fuck you, game.
You can just eat the mystery jerky whenever you need a little bit of HP.
I guess I'm kind of interested in Powered Up because, Capcom did a weird thing with their PSP entry where they remade the original Mega Man, but they remade it chibi style. And, the only reason I'm playing the game is that they also put in a little bit of development effort, and I think they put in an additional 2 bosses to put it up with the normal 8, because the original had 6.
I think if you run all the way to the right here, there might be the secret. Not there, but on the very bottom level of it.
Eh. I don't want to run back down there for secrets. Got too many arrows in the ass. Oh, this is the guy who has a giant mushroom face.
Alright, open up your inventory quick and see how much damage the arrows were doing. Not much, okay. Well, because you got hit by arrows and we don't know how much damage you took, so you might have been like super low health. So I was just saying double check your HP before going into this fight.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this guy.
Alright, well, just wait, what does Leech Bomb do?
Apparently it's poison power.
Poison. That might be decent to throw like turn 1 every single time. Just throw poison.
I'll give it a shot. 700 damage.
Extra damage every turn.
God, that's nuts. 700?
Yeah, so 700 every turn, and you still get to attack on top of it on the equal turns until it says poison go away, then you reset it. So yeah, we just learned that the poison is good. When they are not poisoned anymore, make sure you throw the poison on them.
Who the fuck made the music for this DLC? It's like rhythmic sound effects, purely and simply.
Yeah.
It sounds like they didn't even, like, do instruments. It sounds like it's just made out of sound effects.
Well, this song is actually, there was a drum in there, and then I think it was a set of bells. That's a lot of it.
2,000 XP for that. That's fucking worth it.
3 more joy.
And proper horse jerky, hell yeah.
And I actually think this person's gonna be easier than the wolf person.
Well, we did kill... I mean, that wolf person took, what, like, 3 minutes to kill?
Yeah, but I'm pretty... it feels like, based on, like, where the positions of the layers are, like, this one's not...
Aw, he killed Mr. Nerd.
Hey, another sword!
Yeah, one I can't pick up.
Oh, lame. Interesting that we're able to pick up that one, then.
Well, that sword is really shitty. It's called the background sword. It does 1 attack point. Apparently, whoever Sydney is, or... I'm pretty sure it's Sydney, is a real badass. Maybe she's the counter to us. Maybe she's somehow like another girl, and she's gonna be the counter badass girl to us. So what, is this the cult of the mutants?
I guess.
Oh, they're calling themselves the Beasts.
Alright, well, throw fire bombs at them, because that hits everybody.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Be very wary of how much damage you're taking, because they get multiple attacks a turn.
I still can't do my shit, so I'm gonna have to hit him again. I should be able to do it next turn, because I think we're gonna get the talent points for it.
Oh, Leech Bomb hits all foes, wow.
Yeah, I noticed that when we were fighting Mushroom Face.
Alright, well you might want to heal this next turn.
Someone died.
Look at that damage! 1350 from the poison.
And 800 healing!
No wonder it's like one of the last things you get.
Someone died already.
The 2 of them already died. One died last turn, one died this turn. And another one will probably die this turn if I had to take a
No,
guess.
one of them got rid of their... They both got rid of their burning. Well, that did it.
I wouldn't be surprised if this guy dies to the poison. Yep.
2,000 XP. And we got Joker strikes. Now we're gonna get the power of Persona 5 on our side. Well, I guess we confirmed the kill. You're not dead? The guy's hung and got shot 12 times.
I mean, we're already number 1 in the world. We killed the number 1 guy, actually.
Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna heal.
Okay, Joker Strikes just sounds like a stronger version of Wild Strikes, but it's still random.
I'm gonna do Leech Bomb. He might be immune to it.
I don't know, try... well, just attack him for now, and then...
Maybe try and give it another shot if it's a 50. Ow. This guy might have our number. Although I guess he can't do bites every turn. I will try another Leech Ball. Okay, so it is good. It did 2,000 damage. It's doing 2,000 damage. Here's more wild thrusting nonsense. This is the stupidest attack I've got. It has a 20% accuracy rate. It also made him invisible for some fucking reason.
I think that's like some weird bug. Like the random attacks, after you've done them every single time, the enemy disappears on the screen. But it doesn't like mechanically seem to do anything or state anything.
Yeah, Menda's just a broken ass ability. Is he still poisoned?
Yep.
Really? He's still poisoned? I mean, when he can get that fucking damage.
Alright, yeah, when they hit, they hit. That was an assload damage. Okay, now he's not poisoned anymore.
I need to get that on there because that was 2,000 damage a pop. That did a whole 26 damage!
Oh, there you go, he's back to poison.
God, the 50-50s in this game are super weighted in your favor.
Oh, that was really easy and faster because the poison is super good.
Well, we didn't have that during the last one.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It's much faster now that we have the poison.
I'm amazed that guy was still okay. I just got
Brad and Rando are up there.
also Sticky's staring at me, and that other guy.
Well, save the game and go to the right, and I assume eventually we'll bump into something important.
There's dead Brad.
Go in there? Nope.
No. Well, time to
just
run.
Keep running forward until we find something important. My guess is it'll be at the campfire.
Oh, I can rest this time. It's kind of weird considering the last time. Hey, a present. An old sock? Hell yeah. So what's left, you fuckers?
Yeah, where are we supposed to go now?
Well, there's no walkthrough, so we're just gonna have to figure it out using our brains.
There.
I'm gonna try just running right to the rest of the world and see if I can figure it out that way. I think I can make that.
Make
Yeah,
what?
it's probably not worth it. Okay, I already did that, so... I guess top of the mountain here?
I guess, yeah. Except that's where the guy we just killed was, so...
Huh. Yeah.
Maybe
I
if
could
we
fight
go
that
back...
guy.
That's the one you already killed.
I could go back to the sign.
Yeah, my thought is maybe there's something over by the sign. Like, to the left side of the sign, maybe.
The problem is that we weren't like fighting to unlock anything. It's just we were killing them to be on the list. And what the fuck was that?
What the fuck was what?
Oh, apparent fucking things just fucking put up sticky keys of all things. Seems fair. I mean, I was hitting shift like a lot. I should probably hit like Z every now and again.
Oh, is there a way to climb up there? To where Brad and that are? No?
Oh,
There's way there.
Maybe follow the flower bottles?
Maybe.
Oh, it's that guy.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, it's also a trumpeter.
So now you fight the monster.
Okay, first move. Probably Diesel Bomb. His name is Sweetheart. He's a great baby. He also does a fuck ton of damage.
Well, Leech Bomb.
But I can do this.
9,000!
9 motherfucking thousand. Remember that 9,000 and I did 710,000? What? 10,000? How are you still alive? You've taken 20,000 damage.
Saying 30,000 damage.
Also, ow.
Oh, you need to heal.
Hopefully I'll be able to out-heal this. 'Cause that's kind of a lot they're asking.
You didn't out-heal it.
What do you mean stand back?
Buzza showed up to save you, which is weird, because, like, we had it.
How am I supposed to deal with this? Oh, he's Lord of the Mutants. I mean, I'm pretty sure we've heard Yato before. You can't look at me in the terrible 5 o'clock shadowed eyes. I want that throne of corpses.
Take a healing item.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit some joy. Maybe he doesn't know what to do. He's on a corpse of mutants, of all things.
Oh, you know what would be really good on the Joy? The attack that's really random. Like, the one that does, like, every attack is, like, 600 damage if it hits. Like, imagine if every single one of those landed while you're on Joy.
Hell, I'll
That's
go.
17. That's 17 if you want to save for it.
I'm gonna fucking do that. That sounds like a great move. Okay, bitch, let's see what you got. Can you fight randomness?
Let's see if you get lucky. Oh, they're not auto crits? Interesting.
No, I'm just too wild. I should probably. I'm
They
gonna
don't
save
crit.
up. I'm gonna save up to poison, and then I'm gonna hit him with that.
Sounds good. How much is poison, do you remember?
8. It's not actually expensive, which is nice.
No, the non-sword abilities aren't that expensive. With all the bombs and the...
Okay, time to start racking up that 10,000 damage. Huh? Oh, am I mutating?
I don't know.
I mean, Yato looked at me. Didn't I poison you? Pretty sure I did. That didn't even do anything. Okay. $2,000, so it's racking up. I don't have any more diesel bombs, so I can't do burning, I don't think.
It's fine, just attack him normally.
I guess I can try and get some bleed going. If I can hit that fucking attack. Which I can't. Because I suck. Okay.
Now I think you have to poison him again. I think one of these changes happen. Please.
Apparently now he's rando? He's now like actually rando.
Apparently.
I don't get how this is supposed to make sense.
I mean, maybe all the corpses are mutated together, because, like, that one corpse looks like Fatty. Like the one on the lower right.
You think they're doing a Capcom thing where it's like, you have to fight all the bosses again?
No,
we didn't fight Rando.
Farty wasn't a boss, or whatever his name was. His brother was a boss. But I think the corpse looks more like him than it looks like his brother that we fought.
Hey,
Alright,
you're not allowed to lose poison. Get that back.
That's some good-ass damage.
It is literally the best damage we got. It's the fucking wizard guy of our attack pattern.
True. Good luck, sis. Alright, what's the next phase?
Us turning into a mutant?
No, my guess is the last phase is Brad.
No, the game just said the battle's done.
Like I said, good luck, so I assume there's another battle.
Let's have a flashback. Why the hell not?
Alright, so
Welcome
we're
to Blood
walking in
World.
a pool of blood.
I don't know, considering what she wanted to do, I think this is a perfect ending for her arc. She wanted a world of violence, she killed everyone she wanted to. Here's your reward. World of violence.
It's Brad, but instead of...
It's Dad Brad.
It's young Brad.
Now it's poisoned young Brad. How's that not doing any damage?
Maybe he's more resistant to poison than other characters.
You're
it's
not
still good damage, and it's still free damage at the end of the day.
I think that's just because Brad's not going to attack us in this phase. Brad is a useless character.
The bleeding stacks an extra 100 on.
This guy is super resistant. It's amazing. Now old Brad. Is this a boss fight or just a story moment?
I think that's the story. Because we're fighting through Brad during different phases of his life. So like, when we finished that first phase, he said something about how he named us Buddy. So that would have been like when he first found us, when he was younger. But now this is him as like the addict, much older. So that must be calling him Dad.
And now he's Love Brad. Or he's Dad Brad, I don't know.
Silly Brad? I don't know. Oh, it's now he's labeled Dad. When you put your mouse over him, it says Dad.
No, his name is All Foes.
Oh yeah, there it's all foes.
Did he heal us?
Yes, he healed us.
His dad.
Yep, it's Dad now. So this must be Dad, Brad. Dad misses you, it said.
We're just killing our memories because we're insanely violent.
Boy named Dusty? Who told you that? What did I tell you about asking questions, you idiot?
That's unfair, Dad.
Don't you dare go near your uncles again, you hear me?
Well, that's actual abuse. That's isolation abuse.
I have no son, never did.
And now we're fighting badass Brad.
The nobody. It's the nobody now. Nobody
he's just
hates
hitting
himself. Nobody is crying.
Yeah, that's a nobody.
Nobody is crying deeply. Nobody's crying. But nobody hates himself.
He hates himself because he's a fucking terrible father.
He gave himself the depression, which like lowers all the stats. The nobody is a failure.
I mean, that is true. He's a failure. He was a terrible father.
He succeeded at, you know, killing a shit ton of people.
That was a pretty cool moment when he was killing Rando's entire army himself.
You have to know this, buddy. I was completely lost before I found
This
you.
isn't how you redeem yourself, Brad. You're still an asshole.
I don't think this is supposed to redeem him. You made me feel something again. Things.
I had actual love in my life.
I think it's supposed to show the complexity of.
I mean, yeah, it's complex.
But I don't think it's necessarily redeeming.
I mean, this is the shit that Capcom wishes they could do with their villains. Because, like, it got so bad in Battle Network 5, the villain of that game was like, I want to build a world steeped in evil. Like, villains really aren't supposed to do that. I don't think villains usually call themselves evil.
I mean, depends on the villain. There's definitely just the turbo evil villains. There's different kinds of villains.
Yeah, but
the turbo evil
ones, the turbo evil ones, I have never got on with.
Yeah,
it always sounds so stupid.
I don't know. There's some I like. There's some like turbo evil villains. Typically, it's when not like the idea of like I want to create a world of evil so much as like a world of specifically.
Oh, we took off our mask. I think it works when a game's not trying to take itself seriously. And that's fine. Then you could do like, hey, I'm the comedically evil villain. But when you're trying to be serious, it usually doesn't work for me. I guess that was just some villain. That was just some vision.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna hope that the end of the game is over here, because I can't think of anywhere else to go.
It is.
Otherwise, I'm just gonna push you off this cliff. I'm the one with the sword, bitch. I think this is amazing. This is a script for a 12-year-old. This girl is tiny child.
So I'm pretty sure Yato was the name we found when we found one of those science stuff.
Yeah, I think he's the doctor. What?
I mean, that might explain why.
Huh?
That might explain why there's a baby girl after all the women died. Right?
Oh, yeah, that does make sense.
Because how is there a baby girl after all the women died? Like, how did Brad find a baby girl?
Well, then, he was supposed to answer the question, okay, if you created me, how did you lose me? Why'd you drop me off in the middle of nowhere? It's because I was his science assistant. I don't know. Like, I think Brad was probably a terrible father.
I mean, there's elements. Some of what Brad was is good, and some of what Brad...
Who's this other she he's talking about?
Probably Lisa.
Was Rando supposed to be, like, his childhood bully?
Not Rando. This is Buzzo. This is the clown guy who kept giving us stupid ultimatums throughout the entire game. Like, he's the guy with, like, lose your arm or blah, blah, blah.
Oh, I was joking.
So yeah, apparently he did work with them. But yeah, so there must be a connection between Buzzo, Brad, and Lisa, and that when Lisa died, it kind of triggered the relationship that Buzzo and Brad have. And Buzzo's the person who introduced Brad to the drugs, which helped turn him into the kind of monster he was. So I guess in a way, he's claiming that.
Apparently she was a bad person.
I mean, I think her own depression and her suicide is what drove him into the darkness, not like she physically brought him evil.
Okay, so she didn't literally make him a bad person.
No, I think the mental trauma of her killing herself is what kind of drove him to be not a good person.
I mean, to be fair, he's fucked. Like, he's in the apocalypse and he lost an arm. Oh, we gotta fight that.
The upside down smile.
Now he's just vomiting to death. It's just Buzzo. Does he have attacks?
I don't know, we'll find out.
This kind of reminds me of the end of
Doesn't want to
Y2K
do
the
this.
RPG now.
It's like he doesn't want to do this, is what the text said.
He's also tired. Well,
Cough
someone's
of
tired.
blood. Buddy's tired, that's why we have that eye.
She's got the catcher thing going on. She's so ridiculously violent that she can't sleep. Or something like that. There's gotta be a similarity here. I can find it. We just need to dig harder. We need to turn over more rocks.
Alright.
Now he's a noodle.
Poison him up again.
It didn't work.
Oh, we got our tails that time.
It worked. It did 10,000 damage.
It literally killed him in one go, by the way. I wonder how much health he had. Maybe he only had, like, a couple health. But, like, literally the one tick of poison on that form killed him.
Well, one tick that did 10 grand in damage.
I mean, yeah.
Apparently we're more bloody now. I'm not sure how that happened. It's me, your hallucination.
I feel like the mutation of Brad should be the final fight.
It feels like it'd be appropriate. Oh, it's Rando who survived?
No.
And now it's Brad, who's not fucked up anymore.
He's all sewed up.
Who mended him? I don't know, it's making a bit more sense. I mean, mean, you got it. Do you feel like you're, the best?
Her claiming I got rid of you, I thought I was free, I think is the concept of how trauma follows you. Like, even if the person's out of your life, the trauma still persists.
Well, yeah, but I think they're doing that very literally now.
I mean, maybe, or maybe these are hallucinations. Because he's dead. Like, he should be dead on the left.
Oh, yeah, we dropped him into a pit and he was covered in barbed wire.
Yeah, he's 100% should be dead, so...
We are the Queen of the Waste now. I mean, we're not really a god, we're just really good with a sword and poison bombs. This is very weird for a hallucination, considering he's dead. I mean, she knows that she technically killed him. Probably not even technically, she totally killed him.
Mutate or...
no, I think we're good being Queen of the Waste.
So leave them.
Yeah, take the vaccine. Let's rule. Let's build a new kingdom. Oh, we don't even get to see the consequence of being the best murderer? So, now that it's technically over, what'd you think of Lisa the Joyful?
Yeah, it's a very dense game that you have to... For how as fast as you can go through certain stuff, I feel like there's a lot to unpack to figure out what it's trying to tell you, because it doesn't wear its storytelling on its sleeve necessarily at all parts. So, like, there's a lot of stuff you'd have to sit and, like, focus on, what it could mean, what it symbolizes. And that's all fun and good, and that's, there's sometimes that's really great. And with Lisa, it might be. I forgot to watch that video. I told you I was going to watch the H-Bomber guy video that goes through this, to see if I could find some stuff. But,
I think that this game's design is probably more of what the original probably should have been shooting for. Because I think it should have been more... Lisa the Painful probably should have been more of a story-focused experience instead of a legit Earthbound RPG. Because I think the actual focus on the combat kind of took away from the message it was going for, because it just had so much gameplay to do.
That part of it too, yeah.
Especially when the gameplay, the progression of what Brad was supposed to be doing didn't really have much of anything to do with the whole quote-unquote relationship problem that he had with Buddy.
Right.
Apparently Brad's mutant or corpse is still around.
Someone's buried with the flower, though.
I kind of want to say that person on the left is Buddy, but it doesn't really look like her.
It looks like an older her.
They did
it's
find
the same
another
hair,
kid, though.
but it's taller. And yeah, there's some sort of child, maybe? I don't know.
There's Rando's, burial. Or Dustin, his actual name.
Maybe. Or maybe he was the one with the flower, because there was a burial with a flower.
So apparently Yato had a whole plan, and it just didn't pan out like how he planned?
Maybe.
I mean, to be fair, he's trying to engineer the apocalypse, I guess. So, yeah, he is a kind of a fucked up human.
I mean, maybe the apocalypse wasn't originally intended, but...
I did get the achievement Yato, I guess.
Yeah, so, once again, the ambiguousness of this game and the stuff you have to put together, there's a lot, and I don't know if the game did a good enough job for most of it hooking me enough to know. Like if I want to go in, like look into it enough, right? So the fact that you have to kind of like focus and very carefully like look it all over and like analyze it can be cool, but it also has to incentivize you to do it. And I don't know if it did it enough, for, at least for me. Maybe other people will play this game and really dig into what it's trying to say and like really try to focus and parse together the meanings. I know the cycle of abuse is very clearly a role because we have, you know, the father of being abusive that led to the Lisa's suicide. There's definitely that trauma has got to be important across the whole thing because the whole series is named Lisa. So like what happened to Lisa is very pinnacle. But
Yes.
like it's difficult even now in hindsight kind of knowing some stuff to place it
Yeah,
and like figure it all out. But it's there's definitely stuff there, and like I'm sure there's an answer to how the world ended if you're curious about that. Once again, it's stuff you have to look into more. And
yeah, I completely agree with you on the hooking the audience thing. Like, I'm not. I think the issue I'm having is that this really isn't one of those ambiguous stories that you can, have all that fun like discussing. Oh, what fits in with this? What's your interpretation about it? Like, there's no interpretation to something like this, where it's like there's very explicitly one story they're going for. There's only supposed to be one thing going on. It's not like an interpretive story.
right.
Like, it just feels like a story that's missing some pieces to it.
Well, so in my mind, it's a story that there's definitely it's definitely, as I said, the cycle of abuse, all that stuff. Um, but I feel like the game, it's got that story, but it wants you to analyze things a lot to figure out exactly how everything that's talked about plays into it. And I feel like that's where the ambiguous and like, piecing it together comes in. But no, it's not so crazy of a thing that you're like trying to figure out exactly what it means. Like, everything has to tie back to X thing. It's just now you need to figure out how everything ties back to X thing. And like, certain answers come later, and like maybe going back you can maybe figure some things out. Like now we know that Buzzo had a relationship with Lisa, so like maybe that might be important if we would replay it. But once again, as I said, I don't know if it did a good enough job for me to piece together the like mystery elements of it, like what to like focus on it and really analyze it. I don't know if it hooked me enough to make me willing to do that. Because that's the thing. If you're going to make your game essentially to understand what's happening in your game homework element, you have to make it interesting enough to make people want to do the homework. And I don't think this game, at least for me, it didn't make me interested enough in doing the homework. I don't care enough to like analyze it further to figure out exactly how Lisa ties to why Brad was the way he was fully, and like why how that cycle of violence transferred on to you know Buddy and things like that. And
Yeah, I
you know
think the thing missing on the wheel is just probably an important thing of just the characters themselves, where I don't think their motivations and their what role they have in their lives in the story are interesting enough to really make me care about like the full scope of it.
yeah.
So I think like trying to look deeper into this probably isn't going to happen because there's just not that much interest in it.
Yeah, I'll link you the H Bomber guy video, and you can watch it if you'd like. I might rewatch it before our next thing. I might not. I don't know.
Well,
Uh, I
since
remember finding it interesting when I watched it because he clearly did do the homework, right? He did fully delve into it and like focus really carefully on like why is the word choice here the way it is and things like that. Very focused on the analysis. And but he enjoyed the game enough to want to do that. I don't think I got that personally. I don't think I got enough interest that I wanna do that.
yeah, I think the story and the gameplay just weren't integrated well enough together to really bring out the best of both. It just seems like they were a bit trying to fight for screen time, and it just didn't come together like one of those brilliant RPGs that can kind of manage to do both.
So I think the first definitely had too much combat.
Yes.
There's definitely too much combat in the first one that distracted from the story. I think Lisa the Joyful did it better. Like, I think there was the right amount of combat in Lisa the Joyful. I just think enemies might have been in Lisa the Joyful for what it was. I think enemies might have been a little too, like, bulky.
Yeah, if the combat is gonna...
Because the combat dragged on certain ones.
If the combat is gonna be so pointless to it, then they probably shouldn't have, like, so much health. They should probably have lower health and a bit higher damage. Because
like, all of...
Literally when you hit the level of... When you hit the mend level, like, the game's done. Like, it has nothing else that can even touch you at that point.
Right. But yeah, so... after we killed, like, all the, like, drug lords, or, you know, all the different, like, you know, apocalypse lords...
Yeah.
I think the fights after that were properly paced. Like, they felt like they had the right number of HP. Like, going through the Brad phases and, like, you know, even though he wasn't attacking or anything, like, right? I felt like it took, like, 3 to 4 turns, maybe at most, to get through most of those. Some of them took even less. The Buzzo fight was literally a wash. Like, that went so fast. Like, that Buzzo final fight.
That was ridiculous.
But none of them were supposed to really be challenging. They were all supposed to be very thematic.
Yeah, they were supposed to be, like, Brad was obviously supposed to be not really a story element, but more like an emotional set piece, mainly.
Yeah, but, like, so I think those were properly paced, but I also think, like, the bosses pre this could have been, like, maybe
Big Lincoln was... I think
Lincoln was really fucking long.
I think they tried to do that thing where it's like, oh, this is supposed to be the number one guy. We're gonna treat him like the number one guy, but he should be like one of the last people that you deal with. I mean, and at that point, and at that end game, you're at the mend level, so it makes no sense to be like, this is supposed to be big burly super boss guy. And it's like, yeah, but he can't fucking do anything. It just takes forever.
The idea is you can plainly see that he's super fucking strong, but at that point you've ascended to godhood. Like that, I think that's fine. I just think he shouldn't have had as much fucking health as he did. Like, seeing how much damage he did and seeing some of the stuff he was able to do, I think is good because thematically you realize this is, like, the strongest guy, but you now know you are 100% better than him because while he's very clearly the strongest guy, you are stronger than him. Like, you are clearly stronger than him, and I think that's cool thematically to do. The problem was the fight dragged on too long.
Well, I think another issue was that if you're going to do that sort of thing, like, if that's the point, then you should be able to outskill him. If you're just given the free, like, overpowered move, then you're not outskilling him, you're just flatly better, and you don't have to do anything to get it.
That's what I said. You ascended to God. Like, you are, like, so, like, I'm fine with it being like you have a button that literally basically guarantees your victory, because at that point you've ascended to godhood and the game's, like, showing you that. Like, yes, at this point you are untouchable. But the fight was too long. Like, that's literally what ruins it. It's like, cool, I'm untouchable, but now I have to sit here and do every other turn making sure I'm untouchable between doing damage. Now, given we did do the bosses out of order,
it wasn't that out of order. Is the
not
issue.
That out of order? No, but
we literally, the only problem with the orders, we did number 1 second, and we did 2 last.
Yeah, we did 2 when we were supposed to do 1, and we did 1 when we were supposed to do 2. But, like, maybe had we had the poison ability for the wolf fight, like, maybe the wolf fight wouldn't have been, because we blew through the, like, second guy, like, the second strongest guy. Once we had that poison ability, we, like, blew through him. Like, he did not take that long.
No, so, like, he didn't have the health resources.
Yeah, so maybe had we had the poison ability for, like, maybe had we killed him first using our ult, like, we would have had mend at that point, but we wouldn't have had poison. Maybe then we would have had the poison, and then we would have walked up to the wolf guy and, like, wrecked his shit much faster. But
I am glad that we were able to shoot this through, In one shot, we got Joyful and First done.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't regret this. I think this was an interesting yarn. It just wasn't. It isn't like top 10 worthy for me. It's an interesting indie game, and I can see why people kept bringing it up.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Yeah. But anyway, I have my list thrown into the random generator, so we are going to be pulling what my next project is going to be from, I think, a list of like 12 games at this point.
Spin the wheel.
I wish I had the spinny wheel music. I guess I could get it pretty easily.
I don't know what the spinny wheel music is. Like what? Wheel of Fortune music? It might be copyrighted.
That did not pull up a YouTube, so
I don't know, just spin the wheel. Let's find out what we get. I mean, I don't see the wheel, so I feel like having the music's not important if I'm not visually
Ooh, this
watching.
is gonna be a good one.
Oh yeah? What do we get?
Well, it's gonna be kind of screwed up because this is gonna be one of the few projects on my list that's gonna be a console project. We're gonna be moving back to Mass Effect style LP. Because I put one of the games that I remember having super good times with. This is gonna be a lot of dumb fun.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
No, we're not gonna be doing that. I'm not gonna be blasting through the 10 endings of Shadow again. I've done that.
Yeah,
and it sucks.
It
sucks super hard.
We're only gonna do one ending. Whatever ending we get,
it's only gonna be like 2 hours long.
Not even. It takes like 30 minutes to get to like the basic Eggman ending in that game, like the straight line. That takes like maybe 30 minutes.
But anyway, in the next couple of weeks, for our stream schedule, obviously next week we're gonna be Actually, I don't think we know who's murdered in the next one yet. Did we get to the murder person?
Did we solve the?
We did get to the.
Did we solve the errors?
Oh yeah, we killed Pecco. That was the last thing we did.
Yeah, so Pecco died, and Fuyuhiko took a sword to the face, and.
Oh yeah, he was in the punishment because he was being silly.
He ran out there to try to protect her because he cares about her, which, like, I get. And he ended up... Mono Bear ended up rushing out with, like, an ambulance to save him because I think Monami pointed out that according to the rules, he has to save Fuyuhiko because the Black End is the only person who's supposed to die.
And
for that.
Mono Bear is a sucker for his own rules.
Yeah, so, yeah, and then I think we saved, like, right as the next chapter started, so yeah, I don't think.
So, the next game project for the week after, we're gonna be revisiting Metal Gear Rising. This is gonna be a fun time.
I don't know Metal Gear enough to know what that is. Metal Gear Rising, is that? No, Phantom Pain's the one.
Metal Gear Rising is the Raiden Focus spin-off done by Platinum Games when they weren't shit. Because unfortunately, I think Platinum Games is on a bad path right now.
Are they? What was their most recent game?
I want to say Advent Rising, but that's probably wrong. I think it's like Phoenix something. I'll look it up. It'll be pretty easy to figure out.
Did fine. Bayonetta, Babylon's Fall.
That's it. Babylon's Fall, the terrible fucking game they just put out.
Okay, so they have one, but Astral Chain was fine, and Bayonetta 3 is the next one after that. So, like, as long as Bayonetta 3 is fine, I don't know if Babylon's Fall makes them garbage.
It was pretty fucking bad. Like, they put that game out, and it was like 2 weeks after it, like, immediately fell apart. It was, like, so ridiculously terrible, apparently. It reviewed like shit. Like, literal shit. I think it was probably like one of those games that got like a fucking 3 out of 10. So, yeah, I would agree if Bayonetta 3 can come out by Platinum and they can fucking make a good game, then I'm willing to give them credit back. But if it comes out and it's crap, then I think Platinum's gonna be done by that point. I don't think people are gonna have the faith in it if Bayonetta 3 isn't good.
That's fair, but yeah, So Babylon's Fall wasn't solely Platinum Games. Square Enix has a hand in it too.
I think they at least published it. I'm pretty sure that was a Squenix game.
But yeah, so I'm just looking into it. But Astral Chain was Nintendo, I believe, published that one.
I mean, we have seen weirder things because, like, I watch old podcasts because I like the podcasters from, like, 2014. You gotta remember, like, 2013, people were legitimately saying, Nintendo, you should probably get out of consoles. Because it was literally gonna be like the NX is gonna be your last stop, Nintendo. If this isn't gonna blow the doors off of your market, you're done. Because the Wii U fucked you so hard.
And then they made the Switch, and it was like the thing that was selling out forever because everybody wanted one. It was like the best-selling console for Christmas, like 2 years in a row.
Yeah, but you gotta fucking remember, like, the timeline is like no one expected that to happen.
Right? No, I'm aware that Nintendo had a tough time for a bit. I'm just saying companies can recover. Nintendo's doing pretty fine right now, in my opinion. I'm not gonna say they're doing the best they could be doing, but they're doing fine. And Capcom's on the up and up now, and we did have the CrapCon years, so, like, companies can get better. Companies have their ups and downs. We'll have to see how Bayonetta does. Comes out next month, so we'll have to see. Bayonetta 3 comes out right before Halloween.
Well, I guess the critics will keep an eye on that, because I did not think that was right around the corner.
Yeah. I forgot when it was, so I went and looked it up here. I knew it was coming out before the end of the year, but I couldn't remember the exact day. But yeah, it has a Halloween-ish release date. It's October 28th, which is the weekend before Halloween, because Halloween's on a Monday. So it comes out the Friday before Halloween.
So to kind of give you an idea of our schedule, I'm pretty sure Metal Gear Rising is going to be a quick project, because I don't plan on doing the DLC, because to be honest, the Metal Gear Rising DLC, it came out and it was actually free. And because it was free, it was pretty garbage. Like, they struggle to make, like, a 2-hour mark. It's just they have, like, one major boss fight apiece. I guess depending on how we end it, I'm pretty sure I still have them downloaded on my 360, so we could do them, depending on how the LP goes. But the point that I was getting to is I'm pretty sure we can get this one done in 3 parts.
Sure. So, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, is that like the full name of the game?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'm guessing Blade Wolf and Jetstream are the DLCs?
Yes.
Okay, so the average run of Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, main plus extra, is, so main is 7 hours, main plus extra is 11, completionist is 35.
Holy shit.
The average is 8.5, though. Most people beat it in 8.5.
That sounds possibly doable. I think probably 10 would be around a good mark. I think the main issue is going to be that it focuses a lot on its combat, so it can get difficult. So I think that deaths are probably going to be the biggest time point. Especially since we're going to be streaming it. This isn't going to be an edited LP, so we're just going to have to deal with that as it comes. I think it's going to be... this is... Metal Gear Rising was, like, around the time when Platinum was, like, gold. Like, this is, like, gold and Platinum good shit. Like, it's just going to be dumb, flashy action, and we're going to have a good time.
Gotcha. Bayonetta 1 and 2.
Bayonetta 1 and 2, when Nintendo was actually gracious enough to give us free copies of Bayonetta with the sequel. Which was really nice.
But yeah, Bayonetta 1, like, I still prefer Devil May Cry over Bayonetta. Bayonetta's more restrictive because, like, there's, like, preset combos that you just have to memorize for Bayonetta, but it's not, like, a free system where you can, like, build stuff.
It's not as flexible as what DMC can do.
Yeah. And so, like, I'm more of a fan of DMC because of that. But don't get me wrong, the Bayonetta games are still a good chunk of fun. I have yet to finish Nier Automata, but they developed that too.
Yeah, that was a Platinum game.
And
again, that was during the golden years of Platinum, because Nier Automata came out and everyone liked it. Yeah,
but they liked one for its story, I believe? Because I've played, so first of all, the Nier games are interesting because you don't like the story doesn't happen until you beat the game twice, or like something to that extent. So when you beat the game, you start another route on from a different character's perspective. So you like get the same events through multiple characters' perspectives, and I've yet to finish it. But you start as 2B in Nier Automata, right?
Yes.
And like the gameplay for 2B is like Devil May Cry-ish. You have like 2 weapons and like a gun, and so like you cycle through them, but like it's really rudimentary in comparison. Like it's much easier, but it's you're not doing anything absolutely crazy with it. But then there's all this interesting story stuff happening. But once you beat it, you then start the story again as 9S, the boy.
Yeah.
And I can't stand it playing as him, because so with him you only have the light attack and the gun. You don't have the heavy attack, so you like can't combo much with the swords because you only have the one sword. But you have another gimmick, which is you can hack enemies, and when you hack enemies you go into a bullet hell mode where you're like a little ship inside their brain and it's like a bullet hell.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like playing that. But there's interesting stuff happening in the story where I last was playing, because he's hacking into the brains of the enemies, and so he's seeing things that 2B does not see because he's seeing shit inside their brains. And so like the story was really like, people are like, yeah, the Nier Automata, like my friends that like really like the Nier series, they're like, yeah, it's a really great story. I like played through the first, I'm like, that was really basic story. Like the 2B or the is it 2B? Yeah, the 2B route is like really basic. And like I was like, that's just a basic, like that was a pretty basic story. Like there's some good ass music in this game, but that was a pretty basic story. They're like, nah, just keep playing. And it's like
keep playing?
Yeah, cause the 2B story, like when you finish that route, isn't all that interesting, but it's because her route has like the inklings of the other routes, and then shit gets more interesting on the 9S route and things like that, and then there's another route after 9S. But like it's not that much time to beat the game on her. Like to beat the game didn't take that much time.
Well,
so like
Nier always had that gimmick because it's very weird for a spin-off game, because it's not really a spin-off, but it kind of is, because as everyone knows, I'm sure by this point, that it's a spin-off of I'm pretty sure the Drakengard series, because that one had 4 games, and it's a spin out of it because it's a continuation of like one of the last Drakengard's games, one of their endings. Like one of their endings goes like really weird and apocalyptic, and Nier springs out from that ending.
Gotcha. But yeah, so
it's technically part of the Drakengard series.
Okay, but yeah, so the thing that's interesting in my opinion with the Nier games isn't like the gameplay, it's the fact that like the story is really crazy, but you have to like beat it once in a way before the story gets crazy. Like when Nier Replicant, like the remake of Nier Replicant came out.
Oh yeah, what is a Nier Replicant?
It's the first game. So Nier Automata was the second game, but they remade the first game like last year or like a year before or something. Yeah, last year, 2021, April of 2021. And I remember when that game
Nier
came
Replicant
out,
is a remake of Nier Gestalt. So this game apparently now has 3 different names.
Well, Nier Automata is a different game.
Yeah, Nier Automata is the sequel, but there's Nier Gestalt now, and now there's Nier Replicant for it as well.
Okay, but like I remember when Nier Replicant it came out last year. I remember like a guy I follow on Twitter was like, "Wow, I just beat like." He's like, now that I've beaten like Nier Replicant, the story's starting. Like, and it's like, okay, so Nier Replicant does the same thing that Nier Automata does, where like the first story raises a bunch of questions but doesn't really answer them in any way, and then like things start to actually get crazy in the next route. Because yeah, there's a lot of weird shit that happens in 2B's route, but 2B doesn't give a shit enough to like find the answers. She's just like, all right, I have to kill this because that's what I'm ordered to do, and then so like you go do it and you fight it.
Actually, I was wrong. They're not the same game. Nier is a game. In Japan, it was released as Nier Replicant for the PS3. But Nier Gestalt is apparently an alternate version of Nier with a different main character for the 360. Gestalt was released outside of Nier. Gestalt was released outside of Japan as Nier for both platforms, which is very odd. And then a remaster of the game, Nier Replicant version 1.22, bunch of bullshit numbers, was released for next gen.
Yeah, one came out last year.
So apparently that's actually not Nier Replicant. That's like Nier Replicant 2 is the remake.
Gotcha.
This is a very Nier-ish thing to do because they like their random numbers.
Right, but I was gonna say the what you said Gestalt was kind of just reminds me of like, you know, it's the crystal, right? It's the upgraded version of the base game, right? It's the crystal, it's the emerald, right? It's platinum.
It sounded like it was, well, the sentence was that Gestalt was apparently just an alt. It sounded like it was just like a slightly different game released for a different platform. It's probably honestly the blue edition of Nier.
Maybe.
But it also probably doesn't matter because it sounded like that was just a Japanese thing.
Gotcha. But yeah, I was gonna say, Japan does like to do the, like, you know, the next edition that's, you know, it does the Emerald. Like, because the Persona series, like, there's Persona 5 Royal. Like,
yeah, I think Persona 4 did the same thing.
Yep, Persona 4 Golden, and then there's a Persona 3 one as well. That's, and, like, an upgraded one that has like additional content.
I do have the list here, so I could probably just pull it up. I know there's a Persona Q. No idea what that means.
That's a spin-off game. Persona Q's a
Oh yeah, there's also a Q2.
Yeah, there's spin-off games though.
Well, technically all of this is a spin-off game.
Okay, but it's a spin-off of a spin-off then at that point. Like,
yes,
we're gonna be like,
it is.
Persona spin-off of...
Well, this is all tying back to Tensei. This all ties back. But I probably didn't write it.
Watched a good chunk of Shin Megami. I watched my friend play like a good chunk of Shin Megami. Tensei, the one that has Dante from Devil May Cry, and I watched him play a good majority of that. I can officially say without a doubt that I personally think the Persona series is 100% better. Because holy shit, is there not a story to the Shin Megami Tensei games?
Well,
like it's very loose. It's a very loose story, focuses on its gameplay, but like Persona has the same gameplay for the most part.
Well, to be fair, like whoever's developing these games, I'm pretty sure this isn't a Square Enix bat. They also figured out that the same thing. Like they kind of stopped making the Tensei games and focused just on Persona.
Atlas.
Yeah, that'd be it.
Atlas is the developer. The publisher is Sega.
Really?
For Persona. Yep.
Sega sometimes does those weird things.
Also, I'm almost positive a Shin Megami Tensei game that was like brand new came out like a year ago.
Oh god damn it! Now I'm gonna have to do the research. How dare you?
That or it's coming out. I know a remake. 3 came to the PC not that long ago.
Ah damn it! You're right. There was Shin Megami Tensei 5.
Yeah, it's on Switch, isn't it? It's on Switch.
Apparently, it's designed as a hybrid between Nocturne and 4, and I don't know why you'd do that, but okay.
I don't know, maybe there's elements they dropped from 4 people really liked, and there's elements from people...
You can play as,
It's literally a Switch-exclusive game. It's only on Switch.
Well, congratulations, Nintendo. You got a game that got overshadowed by its own fucking spin-offs.
Persona games, I think some of the Persona games are coming to Switch now. I think, cause I think Personas 3, 4, and 5 are coming to Switch, and Persona 5 Royal is coming to PC eventually, as is one of the versions of Persona 3, and then Persona 4 Golden, which is the like Emerald version of Persona 4.
Yeah, it's just the enhanced version.
That's already on PC. I own that one on PC. I own Persona 5 and Persona 5 Royal on PlayStation because I really enjoyed Persona 5. And then I look forward to Persona 3.
They're
Uh,
re-releasing it for
PC.
additional platforms.
Yeah. Now the problem is Persona 3 has like I think it has 3 different editions because they made like a portable one, and apparently there's quality of life gameplay improvements to the portable one, but because it was for like the PSP or something like that, there's no like animated cutscenes. Like they pulled all the animated cutscenes from the game for that version.
Aw, poo.
And I was like, wow, that really fucking sucks. So like apparently that's the one we're getting to the PC, but I'm curious if like
That is kind of odd. They made an enhanced. You're right. The PSP version is an enhanced port of Persona 3, which makes sense since it's for the PlayStation 2. But why would you port console to portable as an enhanced port if it just seems very weird to do that. Why would you do that?
I mean, there's also another like there is like a golden version to 3. Like there's a golden or a royal to 3. That's not the PSP version.
There's also Persona 3 Fez, which seems to just be an add-on to the game. I'm not sure what it was released for.
That might be the golden edition of that game. Because I know there's 3 versions of Persona 3. One has additional contents, including a big ass post game thing that apparently is not all that good, but whatever. Like Persona 3 is fine. The post game thing that got added is not that great.
Apparently, it's supposed to be Persona 3 Festival, but they shortened it, and it sounds like it was running concurrently at some point with the original version. So this probably was a PS2 game at some point. PS2 expansion.
Yeah. So, what I'm curious about, and my friends know more about this because they know more about like how Atlas does stuff, is while we're getting a PC port that's like Persona 3 portable, like, because they're not calling it that. Like, whatever it's called, I know it's not going to just be Persona 3 portable, but on Steam. What I'm curious is if they're taking like the gameplay stuff that's in Persona 3 Portable, because there's a lot of apparently like slice of life, like gameplay changes that make that stuff like better. Slice of life wasn't the right word, but
no, it's quality of life.
Quality of life, that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah. So apparently they made the games better that way. But as stated, the story of the game suffers because they took out like the in-game cutscenes and stuff like that, like the animated cutscenes. So, what my friend was saying they might do, or that is within the realm of possibility, because apparently there is changes, there is differences in the Persona 4 Golden that's on Steam is different than like the original Persona 4 Golden. Like there is stuff changed. So like, my friend thinks maybe the anime cutscenes will just be like put back in, because like that's all you would have to do is just put the cutscenes back in where they're supposed to be, and like the PC is going to be able to run that. So like, assuming that's not that difficult to do, they might do it.
I mean, it might be a bit more challenging for them to add that back in as I don't know, if additional development time, because if they have to derive it from the PSP and shove it into the PC, they're probably going to have some sort of compatibility to really make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see when it comes out.
Well, you'll see. I'm going to be over here probably starting the Game Boy Advance version of Fire Emblem, to be honest.
Fair enough.
I
will be, and I'll let you know. Because I have to finish Persona 4 Golden. I didn't finish that one. My friend told me because Persona 3, I believe that one's also supposed to release by the end of the year. So my friend told me just to like wait and then like play that one into 4 and then maybe go back and play Royal again if I want to. I never finished Royal. Like I know some of the differences in Royal, but I never finished Royal. Finished 5 though. I finished like the base 5 before Royal came out. So
you saved Joker from his horrible figurative prison and literal prison.
I don't know, I like Joker.
I think I'd like Joker too, just as long as he's not too much of a douchebag.
I mean, he's mostly a silent protagonist that you get to choose.
Really?
Well, so like as you go through the game, you get to choose remarks. Um, but he like the remarks are all flavored to how he would act. But you know, there's a lot of it. He's got a lot of clever, witty comeback choices that you can make. Like you don't have to choose the witty comeback, but like there's a lot of things where you're like, okay, that's how he gets the name Joker. Like you can see how the characters end up naming him Joker is because that's built into him. There is a bit of a clever jokeness to him that he can pull. But yeah, the people you play as, like the direct character that you control, is for the most part a silent protagonist that you get to like pick options for every now and again.
Well, since we're kind of getting like into random topics at this point, I think I'm gonna cut the stream because I guess we'll just see everyone next week for I don't know, maybe next chapter just to really kill everyone's investment. They're gonna kill Gundam next. Maybe they're just gonna fucking burn the whole thing down.
Maybe.
See you next time, everybody.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe we'll play the Persona games on my turns eventually.